USAnow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Hi, Amy.
The United States and Israel are continuing to drop bombs and missiles across Iran, with hundreds of attacks reported in the last 24 hours alone. In Tehran, there were reports of massive explosions earlier today after Israeli attacks on fuel depots caused fires to burn for hours, spawning a thick cloud of toxic smoke over the city of 10 million people as it rained oil rain. Many residents complained they had trouble breathing as black raindrops full of toxic chemicals fell across Tehran. Officials warn the precipitation contains toxic hydrocarbon compounds as well as sulfur and nitrogen oxides. The Iranian Red Crescent Society reports 10,000 civilian structures have been damaged across Iran in U.S. and Israeli strikes.
What do you think? Instead of it's beginning, it's just beginning.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I'm putting just in there for my little tweet.
Including homes, schools, and almost 36 medical facilities. Among the dead are 175 people, the majority children, mainly girls, killed when bombs struck a school in the southern city of Minab on the first day of the
Wow, we're really liberating the Iranian women.
Remember, this is about protecting Iranian women. That's what they told us.
That will show that femicidal regime. Yeah. What's what? That's how you massacre women.
Oh, man. What a world.
They didn't like the word Nazi?
No, I just didn't try it.
You pussy.
U.S.-Israeli attacks. On Saturday, President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth denied the U.S. was responsible for the bombing of the girls' school. They spoke to reporters aboard Air Force One.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill?
Okay, for once I need to argue with somebody on Twitter.
Great. What's it about?
But I was trying to post this the other day, and it just wouldn't let me post on Twitter.
What's it about?
It's just one of those things where like I post something to like back up somebody's point and say some shit, and then they come back saying some dumb shit at me because I realized that they're not of a based perspective like I thought they were.
Yeah.
Hey, now it posted. So like this is the post. It's the I'm sure you've seen this before, but it's like a thing where it's comparing this elegant depiction of Africans in the USSR.
I have seen this.
Right?
Is this from Comrawire?
No. I mean, it's been posted around. But yeah, Comra is the original, it looks like.
Yeah.
But it's the USSR was doing blackface in their films regularly through the 1980s. And like that's important too because like that's when like I was talking about this with my boyfriend is like Bill Cosby and Fat Albert were like one of the first like positive cartoons that depicted like actual black people in the cartoon and not caricatures. Even though like the characters are funny, it's amazing you can do a funny black cartoon and not be racist about it. And it's just a shame that it's like, wow, Bill Cosby did that, huh? Great. So I said, This comparison assumes that there is never anything tasteful in the U.S. and everything in the USSR was tasteful. The existence of tasteful depiction doesn't excuse the racial atrocity by these genocidal states, and it would be nice for anti-imperialism to stand against it all. And they go, I mean, the Soviet history of black civil rights and discrimination is complex, but broadly more progressive than the United States, less progressive than France. I'm not sure if you're referring to racial atrocity in regards to black people or making a broader point. And I go, empires are not progressive, full stop.
That honestly fair. Like the defense of imperialism when it's not America.
I don't care if Russia had
gross.
a better civil rights movement.
Yeah, I mean
They're literally still doing genocide.
Yeah, like we've spoken about this before, where it's like, it's such an easy one-up to be like, haha, America racist. Watch any video that doesn't censor how Russians are, and you let me know who's more racist.
Also, like America's racial history is unique, but like few countries, like, not to come to the defense of Russia, but they don't have the racial integration that America has, you know?
No, they don't. This is an interesting point.
What do you?
Yeah.
I'm curious. What do you think What Western country do you think has the highest demographic of black people? You think it's America, or you think there's
France.
a sleeper out there?
France.
France could be up there.
It's 100%. It's France. They did so much work getting West Africans to come to France. There's like a whole subgroup of black French people because of it.
I know. There's one of my friends.
Speaking
who's
of
like
that,
a
funnily enough,
black nationalist. He always claims France as part of the greater black empire because of stuff. He has like various reasons behind it.
that's funny.
Including like Haiti and stuff.
Like it's no, it's very interesting. But see how
175
In my
people.
opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still
But
investigating.
the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran.
Hey,
But a New York Times
3
investigation found
years
direct video
of
evidence.
bombing civilians in Gaza, Israel,
Did you
supported
see
by
the-
the Americans.
Did I send
In
you the Jill Stein
full
tweet where she's
agreement.
talking about Iraq? She doesn't even get the country right.
No, I didn't say that. That's funny.
That said, there is also conflict in Iraq, and I think this is something that is pretty underreported. Erbil, of course, is under missile attack because when isn't? Whenever Iran is angry.
Yeah.
But it's funny because the video of the embassy guns going off.
Yeah.
They're base guns, but it's like I literally had to stop and be like, look at it and be like, is this an old video? Because there's so many videos of this exact base shooting incoming, you know?
Yeah. Just
So
'cause of
I
how
had to
common
look
it
and
is.
be like, is this original? It's like you feel like you've seen it before, but
Yeah,
it's
there's a
not
few
the
like that.
exact video, you know?
Yeah.
Different angle than other ones that I've seen. But there's specifically one from Iraq, from this base, that's passed around a lot in
Okay.
disinfo circles where they'll repost it and stuff saying that something's happening somewhere. Also, 7th U.S. service member died in the war against Iran.
Thanks, Trump. Dying for Israel, baby.
Well, you got to liberate those girls
Get in that box, bitch.
from the schools they're in. Of
Of
course.
course. Although we have seen
Contradicting
I have seen Iranian pages posting about the IRGC moving into schools and setting up in schools. Multiple
Oh,
accounts.
sure. Yeah. I believe them. I believe those pages. They're definitely not Mossad ops.
No.
And let's get the rifles in the MRI room.
No. Like, pages that I've been recommended by Iranians.
I'm just saying, I don't give a fuck if the IRGC's in the school.
Yeah, no, neither do I. It doesn't justify hitting schools.
But that's the thing, is they're putting the IRGC's deploying into the schools just to have school bombings.
Of course
Yeah.
they are, right? And that's what I wanted to point out, is because they know that Israel doesn't give a fuck, so they will do this. They will literally get Iranians killed for political points. And they know it. So, like, they're literally, yeah, as I said the other day, this is a fucking holy war. They're true believers. They're going to die for the cause. And if they have to take down Iranian girls to do it, they will do it. The complex, I think we found out yesterday, was a school that was used to be a part of a base, was sectioned off into a school or something like that. And who was it that we were watching that said that there were like precision strikes, like impact craters in the center of the buildings?
I don't know.
So the school was clearly targeted. Whether it was Israel or America, I don't think really matters. But that being said, to say that you don't target civilians when you've been spending 3 years endorsing Israel bombing civilians?
Yeah, I got Musk. Not bad.
Surely that actually
How's my
impacts
religion? What did I
people
get?
like they
Oh, I got World Church. That's not
realize,
terrible.
hey, maybe they're lying. Maybe they actually do target children. But, like, I don't know. Have I evangelized my belief?
You better hurry up.
No, I have not.
So
have two apostles
only me and one other person is. It's so funny when they choose the building second, which is the buildings are objectively the worst because there's like really not even a reason to build them.
I only get the stupa because of the amenities.
Well, I get the mosque because it gives
Extra
apostles
faith.
+1 spread.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah. But like the building is by far the worst upgrade. The most important one is the book.
Yeah, okay.
Now, let me know when you evangelize a belief. Let me know it's still there.
Mhm.
Would you get scripture?
I haven't done anything. I need next turn.
Yeah, no, you got scripture though.
Yeah, that was my first two. I always get scripture.
Yeah. So the book and then the candle is the second best.
Okay. Because I was going to get stupa and
Yeah, get your building
Something
last.
last. Okay, well,
Yeah, the
I
building
got two
sucks.
apostles that I can evangelize here. So, next turn.
I got World Church. You know, that's what you probably should have gotten for culture,
Oh, well.
but I don't know if there's any culture left. And if it is, it's going to be one of the shitty ones that don't actually work.
But yeah, I wanted to bring up the IRGC moving into schools, not because it's justifying the attacks, but because it's just saying that they are literally using schools as meat shields. Because, like, that's just the type of scum that these people are. You know, they have no issue murdering people. They were shooting at people in balconies, chanting the other night. Like, it's crazy. And the one of the pages that I saw doing this is actually doing what we wanted to do and doing like Voices from Iran thing and posting anonymous
I mean, we'll get there eventually.
accounts. Yeah.
We just have to be large enough to be trusted and stuff. By the way, Russia has, they're selling great works if you want to buy a writing from them.
I have no space. I have a writer. I have no art stuff.
Just checking.
I am currently in the process of building them. I'm just setting up all my holy sites.
That's
first.
the thing is, you might be able to get a great work slot out of some of your evangelized beliefs. I don't know. I don't remember what they all are.
Trump's claims. The video shows a U.S. Tomahawk missile damage the school at the same time as a U.S. attack on an adjacent naval base operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Meanwhile, top officials in Iran have pledged allegiance to Mujtaba Khamenei as the country's new supreme leader after the U.S.-Israeli coalition killed his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, in a February 28th airstrike.
Short-lived.
Khamenei's
Honestly, like, it's crazy to say, but I need the bombing campaign to continue until this guy's dead, because we cannot leave Iran in worse shape with this guy in charge.
No, you literally cannot. Like, you've already started. You can't leave them.
You should have just left the Ayatollah where he was.
Yeah, he would have died, and they would have overthrown it naturally. Except now we have to deal with this. Fantastic.
And, like, he's probably already in a special bunker.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the thing, is they got the Ayatollah before he fortified.
Yes.
But, I mean, they got fucking Hezbollah. They took out fucking multiple blocks in Lebanon.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if it was worth it to kill Nasrallah, but...
Yeah, was it worth killing 3,000 people with him? I don't know.
I mean, he's dead.
And he's definitely dead. Culture of science. Science. Need that science boost. Shit.
Ascension to Supreme Leader came after President Trump warned if he, quote, doesn't get approval from us, he's not going to last long, unquote. Trump said last week he would choose a great and acceptable leader.
And, like, you know what irritates me? What's his name? Ahmadinejad.
Ahmadinejad.
Yeah. Like, I think I said it to you
Bruno's
at the time.
favorite.
Like, uncalled for. Like, that was the guy you shouldn't have killed, because he was the guy who would flip. He would flip to maintain himself. He doesn't give a fuck about the supreme leadership or anything like that.
And they fucking nailed that cunt.
Yeah, and that was stupid. That was, like, the worst guy to kill.
Could have tried to install him.
No, but I'm saying, like, if he was around after the shit was over, like, that was a guy, like, if Trump wants to be involved, that guy would immediately be like, I'm your guy.
Yeah.
I'll do whatever you want. Like, so stupid killing him.
Oh, Trump is stupid.
True. Guess what? That's right. Movie poll.
After Iran's unconditional surrender. In Tehran, Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, on Sunday ruled out any capitulation to the U.S. and Israel.
Like, why is this guy alive and
who without
you
any
killed
hesitation
Ahmadinejad?
killed 168 innocent
crazy.
children, feel no shame for killing these children. They feel no shame for massacring 50,000 to 60,000 people in Gaza. And then they want to say that we in Iran want to kill people. We stand against those who attack our country with full force and will respond with full force.
Oh, they stand against
In
themselves.
Washington,
Based?
the State Departments declared the U.S. war of choice against Iran an emergency, allowing the Trump administration to
Military
bypass
emergency.
congressional approval to sell more than 20,000 bombs to Israel. The weapons are valued at nearly $660 million. Meanwhile, Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has declined to say whether he'll block additional funding for the Pentagon's war against Iran, telling NBC's Meet the Press, quote, "We'll walk that bridge when we come to
Elizabeth,
it."
you take a
Iran's
this.
military continues to launch missiles and one-way attack drones at Israel, as well as U.S. military
Elizabeth
bases
probably
across the
has-
Middle
Oh,
East
she
and the
does wanna buy
countries that
stuff.
host them.
You're not giving me gold for a
Earlier
turn?
today,
You can go
Iranian
fuck
strikes
yourself.
killed 2 people
I'm not
in
interested.
Israel, seriously wounding a third. Elsewhere, Iranian strikes have destroyed radar,
Nobody even wants to
communications,
give
and
gold
air
per turn for a
defense
Diplo
systems
favor
in
either.
Qatar,
You're all poor.
the UAE, Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. The attacks continued even after Iran's president issued an apology for Iranian strikes on Gulf states and said Iran would not strike targets in the region. In Iraq, fires broke out in buildings belonging to U.S. corporations Halliburton and KBR after an Iranian drone attack in Basra targeted a compound.
And as I've said, there is actual possibly U.S. forces engaged with Iraqi proxy forces. I don't know if it's just U.S.-backed forces like the Iraqi military, but if it's in the Kurdish area, then they might have, you know, also done strikes on them,
Yeah.
depending on what's going on. I haven't looked too much into it, but it goes without saying that Iran and Iraq are linked
Yeah.
by these groups.
Housing workers of foreign oil companies. Saudi Arabia reported its first deaths from Iran's attacks, reporting a
Congress about
strike
to
in a
meet.
residential area that killed 2 people. Bahrain's government reports an Iranian drone attack damaged
Military
a water
emergency, okay.
desalinization plant and injured 3 people.
Did you get a vote for
Roughly 100 million people
Okay.
across the Gulf
I voted
region
against
rely on desalination plants for their drinking water.
The- like, I
Elsewhere,
don't know.
Bahrain's
The
state-owned
Vikings might
Bapco
support it.
Energies company
So
has
be ready
declared
for
force
them.
majeure, declaring it can no longer honor its
they're friendly
contracts
with
after an
Christina.
Iranian attack set its only oil refinery on fire. Meanwhile, police in Norway are investigating an explosion at the U.S. Embassy in Oslo early Sunday morning as a potential act of terrorism. No suspects have been identified in what appeared to be an intentional explosion that caused minor damage and no injuries. Lebanon's health ministry reports more than 500,000 people have been displaced
Epic.
in the week since Israel
Failed.
resumed full-scale
Good thing I didn't sell
attacks
that
on
Diplo
Lebanon,
favor.
with forced displacement
Indonesia
orders
voted
affecting
for
hundreds
it.
of thousands of people. So far, Israel's assault has killed 394
Like,
people
excuse
in
you?
Lebanon, including 83 children, 42 women, and 9 rescue workers. Meanwhile, Human Rights Watch warns Israel's military has once again used white phosphorus munitions in residential areas in southern Lebanon, a violation of international humanitarian law. In the occupied West Bank, Palestinians held a funeral Sunday for 3 Palestinians killed after Israeli settlers attacked them near the village of Kiryat Abu Falah. 2 Palestinians were shot dead by settlers during the overnight attack early Sunday. Then a 3rd Palestinian suffocated to death as Israeli soldiers fired tear gas at crowds that gathered to confront the attackers. The killings bring the death toll from settler attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank to 6 in just the past week. Israel's continuing to attack the Gaza Strip in violation of the U.S.-brokered ceasefire agreement it agreed to in October.
way.
On Sunday, Israeli tank shells hit a tent encampment housing displaced families in the western Nuseirat area, killing at least 3 people, including 2 girls, while wounding 10 others, including children. Another strike in western Gaza City killed 3 men, including 31-year-old paramedic Abdurrahman Hosni Hamdouna. This follows an Israeli drone attack on Saturday.
Suzerainty, I guess. Oh, Elizabeth wants to be friends.
That killed a father and his daughter in central Khan Yunis. Gaza's health ministry reports about 640 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli fire since the ceasefire was supposed to have taken effect 150 days ago. The Pentagon reports another member of the U.S. military has died in combat, the 7th since President Trump and Israel launched a full-scale military assault on Iran late last month. The Associated Press reports the service member was an Army soldier who died of injuries sustained during an Iranian attack on U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia on March 1st. CENTCOM also reports an 8th service member has died in Kuwait due to what officials called a health-related incident. On Saturday, President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth attended a dignified transfer ceremony at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for 6 Army members killed by Iranian attacks on Kuwait. The price of oil has surged past $110 per barrel as Iran continues to attack fossil fuel facilities across the Middle East while bringing tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz to a standstill. It's the biggest spike in oil prices since the early months of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, with some analysts warning oil could hit $150 per barrel within weeks. The Wall Street Journal is calling this the most severe shock to energy markets since the 1970s. The U.S. economy lost 92,000 jobs in February, with the unemployment rate ticking up to 4.4%, according to new data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Economists were predicting employers had actually added 50,000 jobs last month, but job losses in February resulted in the 2nd largest decline in monthly job creation since the COVID pandemic. Tens of thousands of women around the world marked International Women's Day by demonstrating against gender-based violence and calling for an end to the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Here in the U.S., protesters gathered at Zorro Ranch in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused and trafficked underage girls and young women. Protesters gathered outside Trump Tower here in New York, calling it the Believe Survivors demonstration. In France, 73-year-old rape survivor Giselle Pellicotte led a march calling for an end to sexual violence. In Brazil, protesters expressed outrage over the gang rape of a 17-year-old girl in Rio de Janeiro earlier this year. In Peru, thousands of women marched in the capital, Lima, demanding government action against gender-based violence.
Don't say Lima balls. Don't say Lima balls. Not appropriate. Not appropriate.
For Women's Day, what we're calling on all peasant and indigenous women is that we can't give up. We know life circumstances are very hard because climate change has devastated everything in Peru. Cities are disappearing. So what we have to do, as our grandmothers, grandfathers, and ancestors always taught us, is rise up from the dust with our native seeds. We'll keep guaranteeing life and peace, guaranteeing food sovereignty. Be strong, comrades.
The U.S. and Ecuador announced Friday they carried out a joint operation to bomb a drug traffickers' training camp in northeast Ecuador near the Colombian border. The camp belonged to the Comandos de la Frontera, a Colombian crime group made up of former members of the FARC. Meanwhile, the Pentagon says it killed 6 men in an attack on what it called a drug smuggling vessel in the eastern Pacific Ocean.
You just got to take out the
Once
horse
again, the Pentagon provided no evidence the ship had been involved in ferrying drugs, though it posted video on social media showing an attack on a civilian vessel. The latest killing brings
Even
the
though she
Pentagon's
has the
claimed death toll in similar attacks to at least
tech
157.
advantage, like she's producing Trebs.
President Trump gathered leaders from
Like, as
12
long as
Latin
we're
American
both
countries at his golf club near
basically only
Miami over
producing
the weekend
military
at the
right now.
inaugural summit of what Trump is calling the
And
Shield of
she
the
can't take
Americas.
both of us.
Attendees included right-wing leaders Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, Javier Milei of Argentina, the leftist leaders of three of Latin America's biggest economies, Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia, were not invited. At the summit, Trump vowed to go after drug cartels and blasted foreign influence in the region, particularly Chinese economic and political interests. The summit comes just 2 months after the U.S. abducted Venezuela's former president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife. In Nepal, 35-year-old former rapper Balendra Shah is set to become the country's next prime minister after his party secured a landslide victory in parliamentary elections. It's the first election since youth protesters toppled the former government. Shah is the former mayor of Kathmandu. He was a leader of the Gen Z-led protest movement, which was sparked by a ban on social media and driven by a lack of economic opportunities. And civil rights leaders and former U.S. presidents paid their respects to the Reverend Jesse Jackson at his funeral in Chicago Friday. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Bill Clinton attended the
Bro hated Barack Obama. Do you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, Jesse Jackson and Obama, like, I think it was because Jesse Jackson was always running for president and really wanted to be the president. And like, but I think there's other reasons than that.
Yeah.
Memorial service at the House of Hope on Chicago's South Side. Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, and Gavin Newsom were also in attendance. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
I unlocked monarchy, but I flipped to oligarchy. Because, Because fuck Christina. It gives me a little bit of the, gives me attack boost. It gives me,
Okay.
melee, anti-cav, and naval melee gain +4 combat strength. Bonus unit experience. So, just a little booster.
Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Let's go. I need that Mexico City envoy, and they offered a trade quest. So I just got an envoy in. And I need Mexico City because it's in the way. Can move my troops faster
This
if
action.
I get
Some of
suzerainty.
them can't even explain what it is. Mark Wayne Mullen
And
is
I
the
have
guy
it.
who got the short straw, I think, in the Senate. And they're like, you got to do this, dude. And he's like, really? Okay. So wait, can somebody just give me some talking points? No.
Get out there.
Get out there. You can do this.
Try not to say anything.
Yeah.
You'll concede this is war. You'll concede this is war.
We haven't declared war. They declared war on us, but we haven't.
War. Secretary Hicks said
we haven't declared.
Just now you said this is war.
They've called it war.
They've called it war. What I was saying. Okay, well that was a misspoke. What I was saying that they've declared war on us, but war is ugly. It always has been ugly. But we're
renames it the Department of War. Immediately says we're not at war.
For quite some time.
But you're not.
Immediately says this is defensive.
Apparently, when he came up, there's a longer clip.
Yeah, there's a longer one where he walks out and he goes, "Look, this is war."
Yes.
And then they go, "So I'll find that."
Yeah, this is war, and they say, "Oh, so you concede this is war?" No.
That was a misspoke.
They're doing war. We're not doing war.
They're doing war by being bombed by us.
Exactly. The classic. They say it's war, but only because we bombed them.
And killed their leader and are bombing the capital of their country and the biggest city in the country.
They didn't bomb us, so we're not at war. You understand the way that works, right?
Yeah.
You're only at war if you're getting bombed.
Right.
And never mind those soldiers dying.
I do love this new...
Well, that was friendly fire, so that could have happened anywhere. That could have happened over North Carolina. Well, if we had,
the friendly fire
foreign fighter shooting.
Yeah. The friendly fire one. Those people survived, I believe, but no, it was the bombs in Kuwait, I guess, the 6 that were killed.
But that wasn't in America, so
right. And the new rules of engagement in the Trump 2.0 world is if Washington, D.C. were to be repeatedly bombed and a school of over 100 girls were to be bombed by the Iranians, and Trump and Melania were to be killed by the Iranians, plus a bunch of other cabinet officials, it's not a war.
Well, it would be for us if we struck back.
That's true. We would, if we start, then...
But nobody's waging war on us.
Exactly. Our response would be us being just absolutely bloodthirsty, horrible people, and responding in that way would be warmongering.
This is complicated. Yeah. So let's go to someone who we can appreciate a little more, the one Democrat who seems to be in favor of this, at least vocally, and he will explain this to you. Here is... what's that?
Couldn't find it longer.
Okay, here is Fetterman. We only have a brief clip of this. He is speaking after the intelligence briefing on the U.S. attacks. Go back just a little bit there. Oh, Matt's got it at 43 times speed.
Just spent about 500 gold to levy
we can't even maintain our core
Mexico's military.
To keep our government open, it's right now.
Would you change your position on war powers in terms of a ground invasion into Iran?
You need to be producing units now.
Yeah, they're in the queue. Don't worry.
What did you say? You're gonna once your what's done?
When
your what's done?
For Theater Square.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm gonna.
What? No, I'm saying it's like this is.
And go down into the city. Close on it. And I'm gonna fucking clear that shit. Get that city's production up, which is closer to her. I'm building an encampment, so I'm gonna produce military units out of that city straight at her.
Americans who are now stranded abroad. Israel received a warning on Friday before this attack for an authorized departure there, but there are many Americans from other countries now without.
Anything else?
Senator, Americans are concerned about with regard to retaliation here domestically. Any cells that we need to worry about? Anything?
I don't have any specific kinds of intelligence on.
No, I'm not making peace with you for a fucking book.
System is shut down, so that's probably not great timing for that. And again, I'm the only Democrat that votes that's wrong to do that. Yeah, we all want to make some changes on ICE, but we all know that won't have any impact what they've done, and now it's shut down.
Oh, okay. I feel like we're in good hands.
This is irrelevant, but how much help do you think it is to bend your ear when you're trying to hear?
Listen, I get when you can't hear things, but one of the ways that I respond when I can't hear things is I'll do this because my hearing's not great. Particularly after like 25 years of headsets. One of the things I'll do is, what's that? Could you say that again? I couldn't hear you. Not. I know you asked me a question.
That's like what 100-year-old man does.
The first question, incidentally,
I just can't
the first question was, will you revisit your perspective on the War Powers Act if we put boots on the ground? I can't stand that phrase, boots on the ground, because it's actually human beings in the boots. I have no problem. We want to drop boots on Iran. I'm open to that. It would be good for the boot industry in this country, and it would be
Free shoes.
maybe helpful for people if we just did it in the right way. But it's humans on the ground shooting at other humans and killing other humans. And he was asked, would you reconsider or revisit your perspective on the War Powers Act? And I think his answer was, and then turn away.
Why are you bothering me with this? Can I go to bed, please? God, it's like you see how it's a struggle for him just to even be standing there. Why not resign?
Honestly.
What's the point?
Yeah. It's undignified.
Emma?
Apparently, though, his dad is a big Republican, and he's in this like completely almost like childlike mental state, and his dad is giving him all the praise, and so it's good to know
you're doing good. You're doing good.
You're doing good, buddy. It's good to know that we have a senator whose mental and emotional capacity is so diminished that he's basically becoming a Republican because he's trying to make his daddy proud.
There was the thing with Nixon's someone's vice president candidate in the Democratic Party. I forget what election it was, but it turned out that he was getting therapy, and that was Eagleton, and there was a huge scandal. He had to drop out of the race.
Your settler's coming towards you.
Has set that back.
He's trying to forward settle you
to exactly the 1970s with his sort of acting like he's a good example for it, and then coming out and being this sort of atrocious.
Where is your army?
It's done harm, I think.
Well, yes, I would imagine, but I mean, to be fair, you know. I would like to, it's obviously not possible to traverse time in this way, but it would be fun to see like a mental competition between him and Dianne Feinstein.
You don't even have a
I was thinking Mitch McConnell
score.
Now.
Mitch McConnell just has large periods of time where he doesn't speak.
I just lost a bunch of units.
This would be a great TV show.
Yeah.
It's like, are you smarter than a senator?
But maybe Joe Biden can sub in for...
Yeah, he moderates it.
It's just guys right behind him.
AI Dianne Feinstein at 92. We only use the data from the hearings on the Supreme Court picks.
Right.
And then
I'm not even
current John
producing units
Fetterman
in all my
moderated
cities, and I'm still...
by Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Boom. And that's what I want instead of the UFC fights on the lawn for $250. That's the real display of American competition. Yes. I want.
Well, you did raids,
yes.
didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
That's my suggestion. Right. And maybe the Republicans can get on board because it's all Democrats.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every
I sent this clip in our Slack last night with some expletives.
I'm trying to move
that gives you an indication of what we're about to watch.
To get around
Chuck
behind
Schumer
it, so I don't have to go
is
through
reportedly now trying to prep the Senate. Now, understanding, if you're going to have more funding coming from the Senate, obviously also from the House, for, let's say, a supplement to fund all of the new bombs that we need to buy to drop on Iranians for their freeance and peance, you're going to need a veto-proof majority in the Senate to pass this. In the House, theoretically, there's still enough Republicans to pass it without any Democratic votes, although I'm sure there'll be a couple. In the Senate, Fetterman,
use this archer to shoot this vampire.
To vote for as many new weapons as possible, and this is based upon what is anticipated for the War Powers Act. All the Republicans will vote for it, except for Rand Paul.
Maybe Mike Lee.
Won't reach him.
That dude. Forget that dude. He's not even pretending anymore.
Closer.
Are scheduled to vote against the War Powers resolution, but it gives you a little bit of a preview of money that is going to be given. Now, why would you, if you were voting to enforce the War Powers Act, that Congress needs to sign off on this, why would you then support more money for the war that you said is not is illicit because you haven't gotten congressional approval? Well, if you were really confused and had only one agenda and your name was Chuck Schumer, that's the answer to that question. Here he is talking about preventing a nuclear, what is that country that starts with an I? God.
Do you think Israel, forced the U.S.'s hand here, boxed the U.S. in on this?
Look, no one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a nuclear Israel, but we certainly don't want an endless war.
I don't believe you.
Plain and simple.
All right, here comes her big counter.
What did I say? Oh, no. Got it. Let me say that again. No one wants an endless war, but we certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure. Okay?
Okay.
Now, you know what's interesting about,
Let's go back to hear what Dick had said.
And your name was Chuck Schumer, that's the answer to that question. Here he is talking about preventing a nuclear, what is that country that starts with an I? God.
Do you think Israel, forced the U.S.'s hand here, boxed the U.S. in on this?
Look, no one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a nuclear Israel, but we certainly don't want an endless war. Plain and simple. What did I say? Oh, no. Got it. Let me say that again. No one wants an endless war, but we certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure. Okay?
Okay.
Now, you know what's interesting about, aside from the fact that he made a little Freudian slip there.
Yeah, there's only one country in the Middle East that has nukes, and that is Israel.
What's interesting is in the second formulation sounds a lot worse to me than the first formulation. Right? In the first formulation, he's saying we don't want, and he meant to say an Iran with nuclear weapons. Now, of course, he's the guy who voted against
monarchy,
the Iran nuke deal, which inhibited them from getting nuclear weapons. But let's just take him, he made a little mistake. Mm-hmm. He's getting older. I go through this myself, and I'm not quite as old as Chuck Schumer. But in the second construction, we don't want a forever war, but that's a limiting principle on how much we don't want a forever war. But we don't want Iran to have nukes. So in other words, we don't want a forever war. However, it's okay to have one if it prevents Iran from having nukes.
Well, at least it's not just an argument right now on the basis of procedure, whether or not Trump has come to Congress to ask for authorization for this war. It has slightly more political salience when he's speaking about, another endless war, another forever war. That seems to be the line. But then when you look into how many exit ramps there are for Chuck Schumer and his Zionist ideology and his deep desire to collaborate with the fascist administration, you can see where the issue is there. Okay, no endless war. So do you support what Trump's proposed timeline is that he said to the New York Times of 4 to 5 weeks as we arm the Kurds and say, here's your time to seize the government, and we're going to make it really clear that the CIA is funding you? Will that go over well domestically in Iran that hates U.S. intervention and our support for the brutal Shah and all of that cultural memory there? And then the first part is even more egregious, conceding that this action was, or backing the idea that this action, this war crime, was about preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Iran has not been seriously
I don't want your
developing
fucking
a
book,
nuclear
lady.
weapon for decades. That's what U.S. intelligence says. That's what U.S. intelligence has said since the beginning of the 2000s. But the Zionist lobby wants this as a pretext to destabilize
They're all trying
Iran
to
because
buy
it's the
my
greatest threat to
gunpowder.
Israel in the region. And the Greater Israel Project means that we have to take over more and more land, including in Lebanon, and Iran supports Hezbollah, and they fight back against us in Lebanon. So, it's really disgusting. And the Politico has this article where they're talking about this supplemental funding for Iran. And it seems like there's this emergency funding package that's coming up. Chuck Schumer's quote is, "Before you can feel satisfied about a supplemental, and I haven't seen it, you have to know what the real goals are and what the end game is." Chris Coons, a Democratic senator from from Delaware, Biden's, I would say, protege, says he expects the Pentagon will send Congress a supplemental funding request and vowed to, quote, make sure we are making all the investments we can to keep U.S. troops safe. So when you read between the lines there, what does that mean? They are trying to prime the public and their base to say we're going to support the supplemental funding package
and said
for Trump's
driving
illegal
EVs
criminal
is
war
now
in Iran.
national security, and I'm just sitting here like,
Fascist
the
collaborator,
Chinese EVs
resign.
Hey, folks,
that are
don't
just
forget to
spy
hit-
vehicles. Those ones, national
Oh,
security.
Mr. Barker.
Got it.
Shh.
Amazing.
Anything else you got to say?
But yeah, Australia comes out in response to the
Just be ready to shut the fuck up.
the panic and fear that they're pushing about the oil stuff, even though only 30% of our fuel comes through the Strait of Hormuz. They keep pushing this bullshit, and I'm just like, are you really claiming to, like, national security, pushing Chinese EVs? Okay. I feel like there's a pretty big national security splinter right there, but clearly not. Money matters more.
And raise that city.
Hell yeah. Mork.
Big drama. See, now their dumb city's gone.
Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex.
Here's a press conference that just happened. Thanks for tuning in. Fuck off. I'm trying to watch it now.
Has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places.
Mr. Upsetty Spaghetti over there.
Bork. You're really chatting it up over there.
Yeah, he upset about something. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hey, Zapata. Zapata. He turned his head. He's looking at me. He's acknowledging me. So, you good?
Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely.
No.
Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels.
Bro entered a war without knowing the enemy's
But they're not
capabilities.
meant to fight against us. We continue
he's
to
an
target
idiot.
Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their
What do you
drones are way
expect?
down.
Yeah,
Their
not much more.
drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We can take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less.
Stop trying to give me a book.
On the noggin.
Every fucking
So now
turn,
we have
lady.
low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and very deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd
By
be
a
here.
lot. He loves the word
In addition
a lot.
to the fact that we've taken out the leadership.
It's such a terrible word.
Twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with this situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years. Whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved.
That was Al-Qaeda.
Very strongly, they always denied it. But they were very strongly involved in all of the people that died through the roadside
They gave us
bombs,
intel against
died and
Al-Qaeda. What are you
right now
talking
walking around
about?
with no legs, no arms.
They literally told us, hey,
so
9/11's
badly
about to
damaged.
happen.
The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated.
Oh, well.
I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that.
The biggest downside of
we
that
had
is
the
Palestine.
talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable.
The only
We ordered
downside
25 more by
of
the
that
way.
is Palestine.
The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated into good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon.
I don't believe you.
So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site, and that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the
You know what,
process.
Peter? I will
while
give you this
rapidly
for great
building
work.
conventional ballistic missiles. They were going to do it all at the same time. It threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which are now being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And their neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved.
Jared?
And they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others. But they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons, and all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will...
Did you hear that? Never there when I need you the most. Just like the Avatar. Fuck off. I don't want Amber either, bitch.
What was
Did you
I
hear
hearing?
that?
No.
A threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. We're also...
When?
Did you hear it?
Oh, the mouth sound.
We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world.
Another one. Sound V4.
Let's see if I got it in any of that.
Amazing.
Video is either not available or not supported by browser. What do you mean? Clip it. clip it and fucking give me the link. Okay, now it's working, but it's already paused. Let's see if I got it.
Did not.
Thomas, think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way. As we continue Operation Epic Fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to hold the world hostage to the world fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and the world. So focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist.
Okay, now don't fuck me. Give me the clip. Why is it not? Video is either unavailable or unsupported by the browser. Fuck off.
Oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to hold the world hostage to the world fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world.
That's a clean one right there. We got that.
Terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea.
Russia,
but we will.
You gotta do something
hit them
here.
So hard
How are
that
you
it will
still
not be
not
possible for
able
them
to
or
take
anybody
your city
else
back?
helping them to ever recover that section of the world if they do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that, too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll
I'm here helping.
Perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it. Because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela now as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful.
Yeah,
we're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do.
Brother,
and very
you
successfully,
are the lunatic.
I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the
Peace
time
is all
comes, the
over the
U.S.
place.
Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's focused on keeping energy and oil hold the world hostage and the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and the world to hold the world hostage to the world fury. We're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. Flowing to the world. Oil flowing to the world. To the world. To the world. Flowing to
Gotta find
flowing to the world.
Let's see if I. See how this sounds.
Damn, she's not giving me anything for peace now.
You just got to figure out where it sounds best, you know?
Put it right between the second and third one. That one.
No. I think at the end is the best. If anything, I create just a little space here. Nope, I have it all highlighted. Stop it. Just give me a little.
I plundered one of her trade routes as well.
it's not going to be needed. But if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships and all of the, we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast. But we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed. But they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel.
You know, if you say it more,
so we stopped it with good timing.
True.
And we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon.
Yeah, your countrymen don't agree.
If it starts up again, they'll be
in a large part, actually.
They'll be hit even harder.
I want Israel to be destroyed.
Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Mr. President, what's going on with your mouth?
Do you approve
Why do you make
of
those
Iran's
noises?
new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with
We had phone sex.
President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side.
I said,
we were
oh,
talking
yes.
about Ukraine,
Oh,
which
yes.
is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between.
Are you going to get
President
U.S.
Putin and
service
President
members to roll out the
Zelensky.
red
They can't
carpet for
seem
Putin
to
again?
Get it together
On hands and knees?
But I think it was a positive call.
That was
on
a pretty good
subject.
look.
We obviously talked then about the Middle East.
About as good as invading
And,
Iran,
he
actually.
wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he
Hey,
wants to be very constructive.
You know, just like Iran, it ends when the
Yeah, please.
invader leaves.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over? Are
No,
you
but
talking
soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
Very
to...
soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership.
Not true.
In fact, there are two levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But two levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So
You
it's obviously
haven't.
been very, very powerful, very effective.
To Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that, and why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look
He
at
could
what
have
we've
if he
done as
wasn't in your admin, that's for sure.
presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco.
The cut to him disassociating
And so
on the
do
couch while
American
they
people
bully
trust him. He's been
Zelensky.
successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're really they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living the Cuban-American vote, which I got at record levels.
Wow, great.
Very important. Those
That's
people are
not
very
important
to me.
right now.
I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban-American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country.
There's this
And
guy.
a lot of them are friends
They
of
call
mine
him
because I've been
Scarface.
fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro
Very
regime
successful
was brutal.
businessman.
But they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Sends them no.
Okay.
I'm so excited to raise another one of our
whoops here.
cities. She built walls.
Yeah,
Fuck.
I got those unique trebs right on her.
She built walls already. It's very annoying.
Yeah. She built walls last game.
No, on that city just then.
2025, the manifesto that has become the de facto guiding light for the second Trump administration. Its twisted Christian nationalist agenda has brought us a wave of ICE raids across the country, tax cuts for billionaires, a focus on DEI initiatives, and the gutting of climate change policies. It's also advocated using the FBI to prosecute and harass political opponents. Project 2025 was written by the conservative DC think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which recently released a new vision for the American family that severely curtails women's rights, including the right to divorce and maybe even vote. To talk about it today, I've brought on the New York Times opinion columnist and author of the book, Screaming on the Inside, The Unsuitability of American Motherhood, Jessica Gross. Thanks so much for being on the show today, Jessica.
Okay, this is an hour long.
Yes, it is. It's been on there for a while, so I wanted to watch it. But if there's other stuff
I know,
you want
but the New York stuff.
More proposals? Military emergency?
Okay, here we go. This is shorter, so we'll do this while I bring up the other subjects.
Nearly 2 years before the Bondi attack, a new generation was embracing the Islamic State terrorist group in Sydney and on social media.
Oh, they got bops.
Online clips surfaced showing ISIS supporters hunting and bashing gay and bisexual teenagers in Sydney's suburbs.
You want to be gay? You want to be gay? Where's your phone? Where's your phone? Where's your phone?
It very much felt like a hate crime. It's just pure rage.
It was a hate crime.
Just pure distasteful me being who I am.
The videos have been provided to 7:30 by victims, members of the public and the district court to warn the nation about a wave of violence against gay and bisexual people across Australia. The first known victim of the ISIS-inspired attacks was James, a 16-year-old Wiradjuri boy from Sydney's southwest. On a school night in March 2024, he found a match on Wiz, a dating app for teenagers.
He wanted to meet up, and me thinking it was a good idea to meet up, I met up with him.
We can't identify them under Australian law because they were juveniles.
He introduced himself as Johnny. I got into his car and we started driving.
2 teenagers hid in the car boot. A 4th attacker waited at Strathfield Park.
And I started walking towards the park, and he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I look up, his friends, they're all covered in black, all came and jumped me.
They filmed James as they punched him, held him by the collar, and hurled him to the ground.
I remember them kicking me in the back, and in the leg, and in the chest, and my whole face. I'm lucky to be alive. It's really hard to trust people these days now. I can't go out by myself anymore.
The video later found on the attackers' phones shows one wearing a shahada, a religious emblem appropriated by ISIS.
Well done.
Researcher Josh Roos has been tracking a surge in...
Incredible. Well fucking done. That is fantastic.
I'm impressed. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that.
That's fantastic. Especially right now when so many people are pushing this anti-Islamic fucking bullshit. Now is the perfect time to say that. Couldn't have done it. Couldn't have said it better.
Similar attacks by teenagers from across the ideological spectrum, and has found LGBTQIA+ people are among the most likely targets of violent extremism.
This is the sort of violence that we've seen, albeit stopping short of killing, in Islamic State propaganda. This is young men luring, effectively hunting young gay men on these apps and then bashing them into unconsciousness.
In the weeks that followed, the group struck again, with bashings reported across the Sydney city and west before the ISIS-inspired violence escalated. A 16-year-old associate stormed a live-streamed church service in Wakely and stabbed a bishop who'd insulted the Prophet Muhammad. Court documents reveal counter-terrorism police uncovered links between the attackers. Investigators allege they were part of an ISIS network involving some of the country's most influential jihadist recruiters and radicalisers. Police raided the alleged network, charging 4 teenage associates of the Wakely attacker with planning another terrorist attack targeting Jews.
We identified links between the alleged offender and a network of associates and peers who we believe shared a similar violent extremist ideology.
5 associates aged just 14 to 17 were separately charged over the gay bashings. Police found gruesome propaganda on their phones and evidence linking them to preachers like Wissam Haddad, a spiritual leader who has publicly endorsed Islamic State.
Pause it.
We do not hide from the fact that...
So this guy is the subject of that High Court of Australia case that I always bring up, where they ruled that his essentialist attitudes that refuse to distinguish between Zionists and Jews is anti-Semitic. That's this guy. Just for context.
Homosexuality under the Sharia, after being judged with the Quran and the Sunnah by an Islamic judge in an Islamic court in Islamic land, is punishable by death.
One of the alleged terrorists took this selfie inside Haddad's Bankstown prayer hall, Al Medina Dawa Centre, captioning it New Dawla or Islamic State recruit. It was less than 2 years before the centre was ordered to shut down after links emerged to the Bondi attackers.
The link to Wissam Haddad is very important.
Do you want to pick light cab
This is an individual
ranged?
who has been preaching hate on our streets for many years.
Crossbowmen are just easier to make.
Very strategically staying on the right side of the law. He has a strong following, amongst whom we've seen many individuals who have then gone on to be convicted of violence or linked to Islamic State. The assaults were very clearly potential early warning sign.
The AI will vote for themselves.
Despite the arrests, more videos of ISIS-inspired attacks surfaced in local chat groups. New South Wales police said they haven't identified the victim or his attackers.
Kill him, kill him. You want to be gay? You want to be gay? Yeah?
There is an element of fear, certainly within minority ethnic communities, that may mean that people feel that they have to stay silent. Particularly if you are not out to your family or to your community, it may not be at all safe to come forward to police. We believe it's chronically underreported, undercharged and under-prosecuted in Australia.
One victim who did go to police was Nathan, but he would be dismayed by the outcome. Last April, the 20-year-old student arranged on Grindr to meet at night in Sydney's southwest with someone posing as a man in his 30s.
He led me down to a drainway, and when he flashed his light on me, that's when I just vaguely got a glimpse of his face and realized this is not the person who I was talking to.
Are you ready?
Nathan was unconscious within seconds, but his 17-year-old attacker continued to stomp on his head and later posted this video online.
Stay on the floor. Stay on the floor.
He left with Nathan's phone.
By the time I did realize that this was not the person I was talking to, I had woken up in the dark, lying on the floor. My face was bruised, bloody. I didn't realize I didn't have my phone on me until I was like searching around on the ground, and I tried looking for help. I was still in shock. I was frantically crying, upset.
Nathan was taken to hospital with a broken nose and eye socket, gashes across his face, and a deviated septum which still causes breathing problems.
My mum, she walked straight past my bed because she couldn't recognize my face. And that's how severe my injuries were.
A police source has told 7:30 the teenager who assaulted Nathan was part of the same jihadist network as the other attackers, with relatives who'd fought for ISIS. His court records reveal police suspected him of more attacks, but he hasn't faced further charges.
They mentioned that they had videos of himself attacking other individuals, and it made me realize I'm probably the first person to take him or choose to charge him with assaulting me. It worries me that he could show up at any time.
The attacker pleaded guilty to aggravated robbery, but walked free on probation with no conviction recorded.
It's unbelievable that he gets to walk free. He can do what he did again, and he is a threat to me, my family, anyone else who identifies themselves as a gay man.
You want to be gay? You want to be gay?
This crime wasn't taken seriously enough. Depending on where you are in Australia, there may be no laws or hate crime laws that actually recognise LGBTIQ+ people.
Today, the New South Wales Premier announced a crackdown on gay hate crimes in response to the videos obtained by the ABC.
They're absolutely shocking examples of violent crime in our community, directed against individuals because of their sexuality. I've spoken to the Cabinet Office and the Attorney General's Department today about looking at changes to the law to put in massive new penalties specifically to target this abhorrent behaviour.
Two of the teenagers convicted over the earlier bashings also walked free on probation. The young predator who posed as Johnny was jailed for at least 6 months. A chat on his phone revealed he'd been bragging about hunting and bashing gay people since 2023.
Well, historically there have been many incidences of gay bashing, as it's called. However, what we've seen here most recently with these videos is a willingness to use extreme violence, well beyond what I've identified in other extremist acts that I've seen online.
Figures obtained by 7:30 show New South Wales Police recorded 36 attacks since 2023, with more across the country by young people with various motivations. But the figures aren't recorded nationally. A Victorian parliamentary inquiry was established last week to investigate the so-called Grindr attacks.
We believe that the attacks are increasing, but it is, at this point, we don't have the data to really create a full picture of what's occurring.
It's only a matter of time before a young man or young men are killed. But more broadly, it's absolutely critical that events such as Mardi Gras, gay pride parades and so on are adequately resourced and funded and protected against hatred.
It should be recognised as a hate crime for being who I am as a person, and to show them
it's crazy that it's not a hate crime.
Action is sadistic.
I'd have to double check.
It is very sadistic.
They said it depends on where in Australia you are. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
No, hold on. There's more.
Yes,
there's more to that story. There's more videos. I sent more. I said when we do this, we'll have to do a couple more, but there's not many, so I just want to see if there's any more information about it.
What it may be confronting? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Bro, bullshit. These vampires can fucking one-shot the man-at-arms.
What the fuck?
Oh, so only, let me get this straight, only after
Can't
there's a
hear
real ISIS attack, people began caring?
I didn't realize you were streaming. You didn't switch it.
Well, it's playing for, I don't know what's going on, because it plays.
State network that produced.
It's been fucking up lately.
This video contains content that may be confronting.
For some reason, I don't
An
know
ABC
why.
investigation has obtained distressing videos and victims' accounts of IS sympathisers luring and assaulting gay and bisexual boys on camera in Sydney. The footage is among recordings played in Sydney courts or circulated in chat groups and obtained by the ABC from court files, victims and members of the public. Investigative reporter Sean Rubenstein Dunlop joins us now from Sydney. He's been investigating this. Sean, hi there. Tell us about these ISIS-inspired gay bashings.
Look, we've been tracking these horrific assaults which took place, have taken place in the 2 years leading up to the Bondi massacre at the hands of teenagers connected to the Islamic State network that produced the Bondi gunmen, Naveed and Sajid Akram. We've obtained videos showing these really horrific assaults in which Sydney teenagers were lured on dating apps, ambushed, quite seriously assaulted and robbed, often by packs of Islamic State supporters. In some videos you can hear Islamic State slogans being yelled, really vile homophobic abuse. And I can't overstate how serious these assaults are. Teenagers' heads being stomped on, a young person being kicked and stomped on while unconscious, leaving them horrified and in some cases with serious injuries.
What have you found out about the group of teenagers who are behind the attacks?
Well, according to the police, a number of these teenagers were allegedly part of an Islamic State network that involved teenagers plotting a terrorist attack, another teenager who stabbed a bishop in an alleged terrorist attack in 2024, and we've uncovered connections between some in that group and a notorious Sydney preacher, Wissam Haddad. He's a spiritual leader of Australia's ISIS network, and his prayer centre was shut down in the wake of the Bondi attack because of links to the Bondi attackers. Several of these videos were shared with ISIS watermarks and appeared to have been carried out in the name of the Islamic State terrorist group in the years leading up to the Bondi attack. And that exposes questions around whether Australia was prepared for the resurgence of Islamic State in Australia, and also, crucially, whether LGBTQIA+ people
are acutely exposed to violent extremism.
Right.
Certainly
There's
analysts tell us that's the case right now.
That's interesting. You've reported that this was part of a wave of attacks right across Australia in which men were lured on apps and assaulted on camera. Sean, tell us what the scale of this is.
There have been scores of similar attacks in recent years in which gay and bisexual men and teenagers are lured on apps and filmed while they're ambushed, bashed and robbed. The true scale of this isn't known because a lot of police forces don't record the figures, but figures we've obtained show there were more than 60 people charged over such offences in New South Wales and Victoria since 2023. Also cases recorded in Queensland, Western Australia, the ACT, and analysts tell us that LGBTQIA plus people are among
Piss poor Praxis, currently on a 7-stream streak.
Twitch tells you that.
Yep.
That's fine.
the most likely targets of terrorism and violent extremism right now, only second to Australian Jews. I should say most of these attacks were carried out by young people, often teenagers. In the cases we've looked at, these were Islamic State sympathisers, but in many cases they've been radicalised by a range of ideologies, from jihadism to the far right and manosphere influences, and it's a trend across the world of so-called bait and bash videos where gay people violently assaulted, extorted, robbed on camera, and those videos are often
another
shared as
vampire out of
trophies.
here.
Sean, does anyone ever get arrested for these crimes?
Well, certainly in the cases we've looked at, 5 teenagers have been convicted over these assaults. Another one is before the courts. As I said, there have been more than 60 arrests in New South Wales and Victoria alone. But police say the scale of this is going underreported. A lot of victims don't come forward. We're seeing a lot of victims being targeted in ethnic minority communities where some of them stay in the closet, and advocates are calling on victims to come forward to police so that offenders can be charged and so that we can discover the true scale of this problem.
We need more people to get Twitch just for us.
I agree. I think there's one more. Maybe do the one that says not exclusively an Islamic issue.
This video contains content that may be confronting.
No, there should be.
New laws have been flagged by the New South Wales Premier after attack.
Yeah, this one's different. Can you hear this?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear this one?
Attacks on gay and bisexual teens.
Yep.
Huh? Okay.
Yep.
In Sydney. It comes just hours after an ABC investigation released videos of IS-inspired homophobic attacks. Our reporter Sean Rubenstein-Dunlop has been covering this and joins us. G'day, Sean. Now, you've been tracking some of these attacks. What can you tell us about them?
Well, there have been scores of these attacks across Australia in which gay and bisexual men and teenagers are lured on apps and bashed and robbed on camera. Really violent crimes. And we've obtained videos of a series of attacks in Sydney which were carried out by teenage supporters of Islamic State. They lured young people, teenage boys
Barbarian
and young
Cog,
men
run, little galley.
On dating apps and filmed themselves carrying out brutal attacks, in some cases stomping on people's heads, yelling Islamic State slogans and homophobic slurs. And these attackers were linked to the same Islamic State network that produced the Bondi gunmen. It was the attacks took place at least between 2023 and 2025, pardon me, and it was an early warning sign of the intent to violence of Sydney's resurgent ISIS network.
Sean, in one particular case, you've revealed how a teenager attacker, he actually walked free. What was going on there?
Well, in one of the videos we've obtained, you can see this 17-year-old attacker kicking a 20-year-old uni student unconscious and then repeatedly stomping on his head and face. I counted 20 times that he kicked and stomped on this victim in the space of 40 seconds in this really distressing video. He was arrested but walked free with no conviction recorded on 9 months probation after pleading guilty to a charge of aggravated robbery. That attacker, that 17-year-old, was linked to that same Islamic State network. He had family who had fought in Syria with ISIS. And his court records show police believe he was a serial offender, a serial violent homophobe suspected of other attacks. His victim, a 20-year-old who we'll call Nathan, was really dismayed that his attacker walked free, saying he felt unsafe. And advocates and extremism experts are telling us that this exposes deficiencies in our laws that are leaving LGBTQIA+ Australians unprotected.
And Sean, just before we let you go, I mean, hate crime laws, of course, are in the news for obvious reasons at the moment. And the Premier, Chris Minns, as we mentioned, has flagged harsher punishments. What's he weighing up? How's he going to do this?
It was a swift response yesterday. Chris Minns announcing within hours a crackdown on gay hate crimes involving what he described as massive jail penalties and potentially new offences. Across Australia, other than in Queensland, there are no specific hate crime offences covering this sort of hate-fuelled violence. In Queensland, police can apply aggravated offences, but in the rest of the country, it's down to a court to decide whether to impose a tougher penalty. So it looks like the Premier is exploring changing that, but advocates say a national approach is needed involving similar legislation and recording of data, which is really inadequate on these hate crimes.
Canberra's progressive reputation on display. For more than 25 years, the National Capital's Pride Festival, Spring Out, has been an important space for LGBTQIA+ communities.
It's about visibility. It's about actually people realising that we're here, we're queer and we're not going anywhere.
But not everyone feels safe being themselves in public. Luke, whose name has been changed to protect his identity, was only minutes into his first shift at a new workplace when he overheard colleagues making homophobic remarks.
It's disappointing and it kind of like tears my heart out of my chest a bit because I just want to be happy being who I am. I don't want to go outside and be afraid of who I'm going to see or who's going to see me.
It was comments about the gay dating and hookup app Grindr that concerned him the most.
Almost word for word, I want to say. Oh yeah, me and my boys last weekend, we just got together, we downloaded Grindr and we decided we would drive around and beat up some gay people for fun. And everyone was laughing at it.
What the fuck? While it's unclear if Luke's colleagues were actually using Grindr to target gay people, it came just months after 3 homophobic attacks in Canberra, in which men reported being lured to meetings by fake or deceptive dating app profiles. Police say the victims were met by groups of teenagers who assaulted them.
It was really scary and really concerning for community that this was happening. These were really violent attacks.
Investigators identified 10 people of interest and executed search warrants, but the cases didn't proceed to court at the request of the victims. An ACT policing spokesperson says support services were provided to the victims, adding they still have the option to proceed with charges if they change their minds.
I think that it's actually chronically underreported and undercharged and under-prosecuted as an issue.
The attacks in Canberra are part of a wave of similar homophobic incidents across Australia. Advocates argue the burden needs to be taken off victims and attention turned to the attitudes that lead to the attacks.
A radicalisation of young men online, which is actually fueling these anti-gay, anti-trans views that are then leading to attacks, is where we need to actually put the...
Is this not proving that this is not just an Islamic issue, that this is actually a much bigger issue? If people who, granted, he didn't necessarily say, so I'm assuming that they're not, just because there's so few Islamic people in Australia being, I think, like 3%. I could only assume that this was a group of white guys doing this, right? So understanding that I'm going off an assumption here, but this is also going from experience, knowing how people are here, I wouldn't be surprised.
Also, while the vampires do respond, they respond with 0 health, so you still have to fortify them to heal them.
Okay. Alright, I'm almost ready to siege Uppsala.
Got that little piece of fucking food that was... It was like underneath my tongue, but like way in the back where like the molars are, way back here.
Energy and to address those underlying causes rather than only expecting victims to come forward after the fact.
Back in Canberra, the city's only dedicated queer nightclub, Cube, will soon close. But there's hopes a new bar and community space will help create a safe and inclusive environment.
Oh, a dedicated one.
There's a need for that?
Okay.
There's
I was a
longing for
little
that?
confused.
Because
Pause
everyone...
it. I was a little confused because there's a nightclub on Chapel Street, which means nothing to you guys. But what I'm gonna let's go to maps. I just want to show something. Like this is how like open and gay Australia is, or at least Melbourne, right? So if we go here, and I go screen share, right, and we go street view, this is what's on the front of the building. Because the gay night at Chase's on Chapel Street is on the Saturday, and it's called Poof Doof. And it used to be much bigger on the building, but like I remember this being on the building pretty much my entire life, like since the first time I can remember going to Chapel Street to today. It's always said Poof Doof on the outside, right? And this is one of these sort of things. And everyone I talk to who's gone there says it's a fucking great night. But it's like this is just sort of like like Melbourne is very much the gayest city in Australia. So like it is very interesting that there's only one dedicated gay nightclub. And also that the homophobia is rising at a significant rate. And I can only attribute this to all of the stuff that I've been talking about rising in Australia, the prominence of like Nazi attitudes, the prominence of this sort of far right political environment is bringing this up. And it's like, and that's not even talking about when the gay marriage thing happened. I think in like 2017 there was a referendum where they sent the vote out instead of just making gay marriage legal because they're the government and this is the kind of thing that they're literally fucking paid to do. Instead, they waste millions of dollars sending a vote out to the people where the Liberals and One Nation and whoever wants can spend all the money that they want to try and poo-poo the idea of fucking gay marriage. It passed, but it was close. Like, let me check what the actual percentage was. How much majority did gay marriage pass within Australia? And this was one of the first stories that I covered in my journalism class. As I went down to a gay marriage rally and interviewed them and shit. I had a good track record of managing to get really notable people in Australia on interview for my fucking stories for my uni course. And I got a couple, a gay couple from a TV show on Australian TV for that interview. I also spoke to the organizers, and it's like it passed. It says here that it passed with an overall 61.2%. So like, you know, majority, but 40% of the country said no. 40% to gay marriage. At the end of the day, what the fuck does that matter to you?
Yeah,
Like, really?
This one you got the stewardship one. These ones are the ones per city.
It's all I could get.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's probably all that was left.
Yeah, that was the best that I could get.
Same with this one. Police fight instances per city, you know. But then it's just like not even fair compared to this, which is one culture for every 4 followers.
Yeah. What are the other ones? Oh, nobody else has evangelized. Just Pizzajet. Which, and they got, what, lay minister, Holy Sidle Theatre Square. See, that's a really good one as well.
No. Lay ministry also sucks. It's per city instead of per pop.
Oh, it is per city. Okay.
Yeah, the one that was science for religion should still be open. I don't see anyone who has it. So.
Oh well. I can't redo it, can I?
No.
But yeah, like it's like 60% voted yes, but like 40% said no. And it goes to the same sort of thing that I was saying about like the voice to parliament that happened a couple years ago, where it was voting on like an Indigenous council to oversee things that affect Indigenous people in the country. And the Liberals bankrolled primarily like Gina Reinhardt and the massive Liberal voters, now One Nation voters, bankrolling Advance Australia, a lobby group specifically made to counter a group called Get Up, who was campaigning in favor of the voice to Parliament. And that was said, like, people said no. So, is that me saying that the bigotry towards gay people also reflects to Indigenous people? No. What I'm saying is that the bigotry towards gay people is just a subsequent reaction from people who are incredibly fucking racist. And at the end of the day, the racism here is worse than the homophobia, but it's not mutually exclusive. That's more what I'm saying. It's like, it's... like saying homophobia in the most progressive city, like, sure. But, like, what would you say is the most progressive city in America? Portland? Philadelphia?
San Francisco?
Like, San Francisco, okay.
Well, you know.
There's still homophobic attacks in San Francisco? Probably, right?
Not sure.
Like, I would struggle to believe that there would not be any homophobic attacks in San Francisco, all things considered. It's always there. And that's what I think people need to understand, is that it doesn't go away. It just gets less tolerant. Like, people in the society get less tolerant of it, and therefore people either ignore their tendencies or they learn and understand. But you can't ignore it. And I think that's half the issue, is that once people are like, oh, well, gay marriage is passed, homophobia has ended. Not at all. I mean, what's the thing that the conservatives always say? Freedom's not free. I mean, it is. Freedom is the default. You know, you get plopped into the middle of a forest, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Freedom is the default. The fight is keeping people from taking that freedom away. That's the fight. So, like, you can't rest thinking, oh, homophobia has ended because gay marriage passed, because Melbourne is a progressive city where it is incredibly gay. Like, and this is half the problem with Australia, is like they just look at the way that the country is and they're like, oh, well, that's pretty fucking good. That'll do. And then they start getting complacent and lazy. And it's like, okay, well, the Nazis are back. What are we doing? Like, what are we talking about here?
One is not accepted in certain places, and it's nice to just have a place where everyone can be accepted.
Compassion, acceptance, celebration of kind of the rich diversity of people's lives and experiences, and learning from that makes us all better individuals.
A right to pride, free of fear. Monty Boval, ABC News, Canberra.
All right. Back to more weird Nazi shit.
Hell yeah.
You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
So like this guy came up.
You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
So like this guy was throwing the explosive. I think he was clearing it because they placed it on the ground back here, so he grabbed it and threw it.
Okay.
Yes, that was me in the video. We were counter-protesting Jake Lang. For those of you that don't know, Jake Lang is the man who famously lost to the letter S. I cannot stress enough how this did not look like a real bomb. We were all right there. None of us ran away. We looked at it and said, this is a very funny prank. You can even see the photographer pushing out of my way, saying, yeah, let me get a good shot of that. The police had to shove us all out and say, get away. We don't know what this is. The two idiots that did this didn't run. They ran 20 feet, stopped. This happened on 87th Street. They ran halfway to 86th Street, not even a full city block, before stopping. They literally stayed there for the cops to grab them. Very stupid, not thought out at all. Very dumb people. They're either very stupid or they're working for the CIA or a combination of both. You cannot convince me otherwise. Very dumb behavior. Like, they literally did not run. There's a lot to say about what went down.
Hey.
So let's go to the next group of unfuckable dorks, Ian McGuinness and Frankie Scales.
Straight, everyone. Straight. Go. All right, go. Hey. Hey. Stop.
Bro, New York is epic. They just be attacking Nazis. That's great.
They felt so scared being around women that they pepper sprayed my sister. Yeah, they pepper sprayed my sister, who was not touching them, not hitting them. She was several feet away, but they felt scared. The funny part is that when women pepper spray them, they put it on the internet to show that they're the victim. These two guys were going through the counter-protest area, and they were trying to get gotcha clips, asking gotcha questions. I jumped in and said, yeah, I'll answer your questions. And they didn't like that. They didn't want someone educated that could give comprehensive answers to the questions. Watch this.
What do you think about illegal immigration?
What do I think about illegal immigration? Like, which part?
Do you support ICE?
No, I do not support ICE. If there's USCIS, there's tons of different law enforcement services. Do they solve violent crimes? No. Do they stop crime? No. Are they investigating? No, we have the FBI with a dozen other alphabets within the DOJ that do that. ICE just literally goes into communities and starts garbage with everyone and starts violence. They contribute nothing.
Do you consider it a crime to enter this country illegally?
Well, the United States considers it a misdemeanor to enter this country illegally. And now here's the thing is, most of these people that come in here are coming to the border, surrendering themselves at the border, surrendering themselves and saying, we're here. Yeah. I was starting to make too much sense for the guy, and I couldn't do the gotcha.
So the Confederate flag is the Democrat flag?
Originally, yes. I mean, they ran against Lincoln, and when they lost to Lincoln, Hey,
crackhead Barney!
When they lost to Lincoln, they started a war. But today, that flag is now supported by the Republican Party. Every Republican state, Republican district flies the Democrat flag. Makes no sense to me.
That's so funny. Say they support the Confederate flag.
Why do they?
Where did the Republican Party
look at any time? That's a great question. Look at any time they tried to take down Confederate statues. The Trump administration, they took down a Confederate statue in D.C. and the Trump administration put it back up.
Okay.
So, I mean, anytime they have tried to remove it, the Republicans put it back up.
Oh, yeah, we gotta go because that made too much sense and I didn't really like it.
Yeah, I was making way too much sense for that guy. They didn't want a comprehensive answer. They wanted no one's illegal on stolen land, open the borders, river to the sea. They wanted to clip something for rage bait. Both of these guys are uneducated, unintelligent, and their talking points don't stand up to scrutiny, and they don't stand up to someone like myself that can actually have a real conversation with them. Their friend Nick Shirley tried that with me, and I embarrassed Nick Shirley for 10 straight minutes. You can find that video. And if these two right-wing influencers are watching, my sister is gonna knock you the fuck out when she sees you. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not gonna come looking for you. But my smaller, more petite, younger sister, she is hell-bent on knocking you out. The guy pepper sprayed so many people that the NYPD actually arrested them. Shocking. The NYPD protected this group of Nazi incels at all costs. These guys are being protected by hundreds of NYPD.
Let's go, Crusaders!
Cringe.
This is our country!
That poor goat.
America is a white country.
He's so cringe.
So let's get to the actual protest. Jake Lang started the protest by bringing out a pig that he was going to roast because, you know, it's not halal to have pork.
Get it?
But it's also not kosher. So he's insulting Muslims and Jews, and he did this in front of an Israeli restaurant. Because he's an idiot. Because he is an idiot. Minnesota, he was supposed to, the governor.
It says, shout out to Professional Douche for bringing the We Are Epstein sign. And right behind Jake Lang is Professional Douche holding the We Are Jeffrey Epstein sign. Epic.
And the mayor were under like extreme pressure to protect private property. So they had SWAT teams and everyone guarding all the local businesses when Jake showed up. They didn't guard him. I mean, it's the police. Their number one priority is private property. So they protected the private.
That's not here, not in New York.
They protected the private property, and then because they were under like national pressure, and that's why the only reason he had no police escort when he came, he got his ass kicked.
I was wondering.
Yeah, he got his ass kicked because if you went on the perimeter, there was, I mean, SWAT level protection of every private business.
Right.
And it was amazing.
Well, I guess in New York City it goes Nahtzee, then private property.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's like order is in that order here.
Yes. So. It's like the Borat. It's like, you know, man, horse, you know, woman, dog, woman, and then little Crexily, yeah. he getting kicked out?
Go home, Nazis! Keep on crying. Keep on crying, you piece of shit. Keep on crying. Go home, Nazis!
This is very typical.
Why didn't we just like
so these white
start
supremacists
chanting,
show up, they
"Become
talk
good
shit,
Nazis,
and then
kill
hide behind the
yourself."
cops. It's very funny.
And just every single time they turn up,
well,
just be
yeah,
like,
that
just
too.
chant
Wait, I'm
just
a
for them
Nazi. Can
to
I get an escort too?
jump off a bridge.
Wait, I also hate women. Can I get a police escort? Are they escorting him back to the protest site? Are you fucking kidding me? They really escorted him back to the protest site so he could continue being a white nationalist.
Straight, everyone. Straight. Go. All right, go. Hey. Oh, stop.
Everyone's getting mad at my civ. They're denouncing me because I just raised one of the cities.
He sprayed everyone?
That shit went in my eye.
He started pepper spraying?
Yeah, he did. You didn't see it? Back up! Move her!
It's my sister. It's my sister.
Yo!
That's my sister.
Oh, yeah. That was the worst thing you could have ever done. No justice, no peace.
That was my fucking sister.
Back up!
That was my sister. That was my fucking sister. He fucking sprayed my sister. Fuck you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. You fucking asshole. Fuck you. I'm gonna fucking get you. You fucking piece of shit. Why are you protecting him? He just pepper sprayed a woman that wasn't trying to fucking hit him.
Oh my God, you're so tough. Remember, we have footage of you crying. You were crying an hour ago.
Hey, professional
you were
douche.
fucking crying. Yeah, we have it on video, you idiot. Remember when you were running over there with your police escort? Remember that?
Yeah, bro, you were crying like 5 minutes ago when your police escort wasn't around. You're up against the wall crying like a little bitch.
You guys are brave and stunning in your safe space.
You're coming to New York to tell people who belongs in New York and who doesn't belong in New York. We were born and raised in New York, and we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else. I saw nothing. Oh, wait. They got him to move. I got him to leave. Oh, they left.
Lol.
Get your police escort! Get your escort!
Yeah.
Give us the go! There it is! There's the go! Free the go! Give us the go!
Give us the go.
Shut up, bitch! Fuck this U-Haul! I'm a Nazi, this is my U-Haul!
I'm a Nazi, this is my U-Haul.
I'm scared. Close your window. Let them through.
Thank you.
That's
What
so
was World
funny.
War II about?
Who are the bad guys?
What? Who are the Nazis? What? Are you? Tell me.
Are you? Do you think that you're better because you're white?
Wait, come on. Are you a Nazi?
Welcome to New York, Jake!
What?
Why would you think I'm a Nazi?
Well, I mean, if you're hanging out with the Nazis, you have police protection next to the Nazis. What? Are the... Wait, bro, wait. He just asked, wait, why are we with the police? Does that mean the police are Nazis? Would you prefer Dude, come on, seriously.
Nothing says alpha male like hiding behind a bunch of men.
Yo, I don't.
Mohammed had sex with Aisha when she was 9.
Wait.
Mohammed had sex with Aisha when she was 9. He was a fucking pedophile prophet.
Wait, do you know how old like Virgin Mary was? Like, wait.
No, I'm talking about her.
That's actually a great comeback. Because technically, it would be God fucking a teenager there.
True.
Mohammed.
I'm talking about Virgin Mary, bro. I don't know why you're. Bro, do you know that they don't like you?
Focus on Mohammed.
You are LGBTQ and you are Latino. They do not want you here. They literally don't want you here, and you're gonna carry water for them. Is this a joke?
I'm not carrying water for them. I'm just the evil called Islam because Islam is a terrorist activity.
Wait. Virgin Mary was 12 years old.
We have freedom of religion in this country.
Take your hate somewhere.
You're gonna spread that shit in New York? Are you out of your fucking mind? Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out! Get out! Get the fuck out of here!
Take a camera.
Loser. Get the fuck out of here!
Wrong city! Wrong city!
Let him in, he's a Nazi! Let him in, he's a Nazi!
Somewhere else!
Oh wait, they're not letting you in? Let him in, he's a Nazi!
I'm allowed to dance here.
Let him in, he's a Nazi! See how much they want.
Hey, excuse me, I live here. Excuse me.
Wait, no, someone's got a kid. Someone's got a kid. Child. Bro, are you serious? This block is only for Nazis? Is this a joke? Families can't get on this block, but Nazis can get on this block? You literally just let in a Nazi who was taunting people and saying disparaging things about Muslims, but a person with a family that lives on this block is not allowed. You're kidding. They live on this block. Oh, here, just tell them you're Nazis. They'll let you through. Don't worry about it. Today, that's it. Do the Sig Heil. They'll let you in.
Yeah, literally. If we have Christian leadership, who do you think, it's unfortunate, who do you think the only real religion is Christianity? Why do you think that?
What do you mean the only real religion is Christianity?
Yeah.
So the Old Testament doesn't count? Well, sorry, but
The Old Testament does count.
but you just said that if the Old Testament doesn't count, if Christianity is the only true religion, then the Old Testament doesn't count.
So Judaism isn't.
No, you can't have it both ways. Wait, stop. You can't. No. It's the Old Testament is Judeo.
The Old Testament, it is a fallen, evil world.
You can't say Jews are not a real religion and also say that
the Bible is real.
Yeah, you have to invalidate the New Testament if you want to say that. I love that Jake is mad at the police for not protecting him well enough.
Jake, come over here! Jake,
No,
over
not
here,
gonna.
bitch!
Dude, what's your...
Come on, Jake. Walter Masterson.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I see you guys.
Jake, if you don't like the cops doing their job, you know what? You're welcome to leave, I guess. Jake doesn't like that the cops are doing their job. He doesn't like that they're not giving him a proper police escort right now. And he's saying, do I have to teach you how to do your job?
I think he wants the cops to kill all of us.
I don't understand what the fuck.
No, because he's a Nazi. Jake is a fucking Nazi.
86, yeah. All right. Sure, I'll go and try and ask.
Yeah, Jason. I mean, it's like just you fuck around. I'm still on this side. He's like,
Hey guys, there was someone over there that wanted to know when the last time you made a girl come was. Is that something you can answer?
Hey, asshole. Somebody just threw a bomb at me. You fucking ignorant scum. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. I'm gonna tell the police right now.
Why would you talk to us? No, that's just a question that was asked. You know
it's not a legit question.
Shut up, dumb Nazi.
Okay.
SOG incoming!
Is this Lang in NYC? Yes.
The music, that's great.
Turn
I
that shit
love
up,
this.
baby.
Now we need to up this to an actual brass band.
The strategic response
We
group
need-
just
we
got
need
here.
escalation
and they're gonna start
here.
cracking skulls. You're doing a great job protecting Nazis. This is all to protect there's not even 12 of them. And yeah, so Jake Lang was just yelling at the cops saying, do I have to do your job for you? Because they weren't expediting his police escort. It's absolute insanity. Let the Nazis through, everyone! Open up and let the Nazis through! Okay, let the Nazis through, yes! Everyone, no, let the Nazis through, let the Nazis go through, everyone! No, hey, get out of the street. The streets are only for Nazis. Guys, you gotta let the Nazis through. Yeah, let them through. Yeah, I know, thank you. Guys, let the Nazis through. Guys, you gotta clear out. The Nazis are trying to come through. Guys, you can get out of the way. The Nazis are coming through. Wait, stop. What are you doing? We're trying to get the Nazis through.
You are unlawfully obstructing pedestrians.
You're unlawfully obstructing Nazis. Guys, we gotta get the Nazis through. What are you doing? Come on, you gotta get out of here. Guys, look at them. You see? Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta get a picture of the Nazis. God, I'm trying to take pictures of the Nazis. If you're not a Nazi, get on the sidewalk.
Can you see what the intersection is?
Oh, wait, that's it. That's the U-Haul. That's the U-Haul.
87. East 87.
Okay. So York and East 87th.
I think. East 87 and I think there's a 3. Drive? I don't know.
Of course. Why? Why of course? Elaborate.
Okay, get in the U-Haul.
Oh.
Get in the U-Haul, everyone. Come on, get in the U-Haul. Get in the U-Haul, you fucking losers. Get in the fucking U-Haul, you losers.
Look at him run.
Get in the U-Haul, you fucking losers. Get in the U-Haul.
I was just hanging out in a bar and all of the parents were telling their kids, this is why we didn't want Zoran, because this is what's going to happen to New York. You know, it's like an incredibly disingenuous argument that they're making.
Yeah, because the Nazis are going to show up to protest him.
To protest him and not you. Right, exactly. Yeah, we can't be bothered. That's why Cuomo needed to get in here.
Yeah. The Nazis. Yeah. Who the Nazis
Because the Nazis would be like, yeah, Cuomo.
Yeah.
So cool. Yeah.
You don't want to upset them. Yeah.
Right. No, you don't want to rock the boat.
Yeah. And lastly, to the far right influencer that
Jake Lang, fuck you.
To the far right influencer that pepper sprayed my sister, when she sees you, she's gonna fuck you up. Just FYI.
You can't see her behind the camera, but she's got brass knuckles on, and she's gonna beat your ass.
She is ready. You pepper sprayed my sister, who was not being violent towards you. It's on camera, and she's gonna knock you the fuck out when she sees you. Don't worry about me. Worry about my sister finding you and knocking you the fuck out. Yeah.
I hope it's on camera. Actually,
Yeah.
no, I don't.
I like it.
I hope it's off camera, and I hope it's hard. Nobody needs to see shit. everybody just needs to see the pictures afterwards. She put a fucking encampment right at a choke point, so moving my units to the city is taking damage.
Bro, they just pushed him in front of a fucking car.
Leave the goats alone, Muslim!
Yeah, I want to see it too, but he's definitely gonna sue.
You saw what I did?
Hey, is that Harry Potter? Daniel Radcliffe! What are you doing here?
NYPD defending Nazis right now? Keeping them safe?
You can help build the only independent news outlet always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan,
Washington,
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so f***ing important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
That's enthusiastic. Make America great again. Yeah. Look at that. So, please, guys, please help yourself. No, not yet, not yet, not yet. When we get over to the mansion. She looks amazing.
Bro can't even fight ice blocks.
Oh, it's great.
Somebody as the goat is being unloaded, somebody go, oh, he brought his dog. Because, like, why would you expect it to be a goat, you know?
Yeah. Very strange.
Dude, you're even shorter than Jake. It's fucking crazy. You're a leprechaun, bro.
Wow. That's a vicious insult.
It is for them.
Leave the goats alone, Muslim. Fuck you, Nazi. Fuck you, Nazi. Alone, Nazis. Come on, buddy. He's great. He's good. Get the fuck out of New York, Nazi. Get the fuck out. No. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guys. You can't do this on the sidewalk. You know that's us. Guys. No, that's us. Get out, Nazi! That's disturbing the peace right there. Do not throw our fruit. You can give your opinion, but don't throw our fruit, man. Man, you gotta be careful.
That's disturbing the peace. You're breaking the rules.
This is our home. What's your home? But this is our home. Central America. You get the fuck out. Get out.
Be careful, we ain't trying to start a fire.
Why are you stamping on the flag, bro? Daniel Radcliffe's looking pretty on the rocks these days.
Go fuckers for Trump. Go fuckers for Trump.
You got Mexico?
Here's where the explosive gets thrown. Oh, it's already been thrown at this point. Explosive.
are you trying to stop us from filming this? Please, they're ready for me. You can get them on somebody else.
You saw what I did?
It's escalated now. Well, we told you the first time, you didn't believe us.
I love that that's definitely crackhead Barney yelling, "Beat his ass!"
Get back! Get on the street! Sidewalk! Sidewalk! Sidewalk!
Right, you're the only people.
Go away! Go away! Don't do that! Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Our neighborhood.
Yeah. What's going on? I'm with them. I'm with them. She attacked me. She attacked me. You. Back up. Back up. NYPD defending Nazis right now? Back up. Keeping them safe?
Protect and serve.
I answer you 1,000 times. You shut the fuck up. How about that?
You don't have the intelligence.
You're inside. Move me then, bitch. You the marionette? Move me. Move me then. Then shut the fuck up.
I'm scared of you. I'm scared of you.
I'm bored with you. Step away, little man. Step away, little man.
You know it.
Yeah.
You guys are just trying to take our videos and put on your social media and get some viewers or some Facebook likes. Don't do this shit.
They're like, the Nazis are really diverse now. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah.
This guy's Persian. Like, wow.
We are just here for no reason.
It's very simple.
Professional douche. Yeah, professional douche was there. Yeah, at one point he was standing behind Jake Lang with a sign that says, like, "We are all Jeffrey Epstein" or something like that. A lot of
we lived in this country.
A lot of different influencers showed up.
You piece of shit. We live in this country.
What do you think? I'm not causing an issue.
But why you are getting engaged with us in the argument?
Don't argue. Whatever, that's great, but be peaceful about it. Talk to people.
You are doing the shit.
Be peaceful.
We are doing the same thing.
You're 60,000 children just got raped and murdered, and you want us to be peaceful.
What are you doing
We're right here trying to get rid of this mayor that leads us.
We were doing peaceful in Minneapolis. We were doing peaceful. I got saved by the Minneapolis people.
Marionette, shush, Marionette. We're not talking to you, Marionette. We're not talking to you, Marionette.
I love the Persians for Trump guy just doing his baby who just shit his pants stance the whole time trying to look tough.
You're popping up the streets. We're not talking to you.
I did put some Nazi coverage of this in as
Muslim
well.
New Yorkers who know this city as our home.
So we can see them coping
While I
over
found
it.
this protest appalling, I will not waver in my belief that it should be allowed to happen. Ours is a free society where the right to peaceful protest is sacred. It does not belong only to those we agree with.
Guys up
it belongs
to help me?
to everyone. I will defend that right every day that I am mayor, even when those protesting say things that I abhor.
From the other side
Let me also be clear about something else.
I'm currently
New York
running
City
from
will never
vampires.
tolerate violence, whether from protests or counter-protests. Many of the counter-protesters met this display of bigotry peacefully, with a vision of a city that is welcoming to all. But a few did not.
Hey, Ark of the Covenant.
Two men, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi, traveled from Pennsylvania and attempted to bring violence to New York City. They are suspected of coming here to commit an act of terrorism. There is video of these two individuals throwing two devices towards the protest. The police department has determined that these were improvised explosive devices made to injure, maim, or worse. Thanks to the swift and decisive actions of NYPD officers at the scene, both men were immediately...
You mean the guys that were protecting the Nazis? This fucking political bullshit. Thanks for the cops for being there. You know, if the cops weren't there, then there wouldn't be of bombs thrown in the first place.
Yeah.
Taken into custody, and the devices they brought taken off of our streets. I want to commend the officers who were on site. They faced a chaotic situation that very quickly could have become far more dangerous. NYPD Chief Aaron Edwards and Sergeant Luis Navarro ran towards the danger so that others could run to safety. They are here with us now, and I want to thank them today publicly as I did yesterday privately, and to thank the dozens of other officers who responded without hesitation. That is courage, that is selflessness, and I'm deeply grateful to both of them and to every member of the NYPD who works every single day to keep New Yorkers safe. As the NYPD continued their investigation yesterday, they found a third suspicious device in a vehicle on East End between 81st and 82nd Street. Out of an abundance of caution, they conducted a number of limited evacuations of nearby buildings before removing the device from the area. Once the device was removed, those evacuated were allowed to return to their homes. I am grateful for their continued work to keep New Yorkers safe. And let me say this plainly. Anyone who comes to New York City to bring violence to our streets will be held accountable in accordance with the law. As this case continues to develop, I will remain in close contact and communication with our police commissioner. I want to say thank you once again to everyone who acted on Saturday to protect their fellow New Yorkers and to uphold the values of this city. Now I would like to invite Police Commissioner Tisch to say a few words.
Boo!
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone.
Boo, Commissioner
First, I will
Tisch.
tell you that we are not at liberty
So
to
why
discuss
isn't Lang
many
in jail?
aspects.
They would have to prove that he was affiliated with the attempted terrorist attacks. So we'll see. You know, that would require further investigation. The immediate, like, the guy didn't even run. He didn't even fucking like run half a block, and then he just stopped.
Pretty sus.
Of the ongoing investigation.
Hey, wait, is that
At
a
this time,
swastika?
due to the
Is that a swastika in front of Commissioner Tisch there?
pending prosecution. The suspects here, Amir
Attempted
Balat and
bombing.
Ibrahim Kayumi.
The police have stated that they were improvised explosive devices. They didn't go off, so I don't know if they were ever intended to go off. And I imagine that's something that their lawyers are going to have to argue, you know?
It's still creating an environment of panic. Still a terror attack.
Yeah. So I'm saying, like, as far as, like, their legal defense, that's what the lawyer is going to be like, oh, they were smoke bombs. They weren't intended to be explosives. It's ridiculous to say that these were explosives because you could look at how shitty they were designed. Just because even if they wanted them to be explosives. But that's the thing is I think that it's obvious that they weren't. They were literally trying to do a false flag because they threw they threw the explosives at the Nazis for the first one to try and do like a false flag, and then like that person ended up being affiliated with them.
Yeah, okay.
You know, there was just there's more footage of them. They were just smoking. They looked like black packages that had smoke coming out of them.
Are going to be prosecuted.
Is the Nahtzee
in federal
affiliated with the
court
bomber? I mean, that's why I'm watching the press conference. So
here in Manhattan, and a complaint will set forth criminal charges and the factual allegations supporting those charges. After that complaint is made public, which I expect to occur later today, I will be able to say much more about the investigation and what we have learned in this case. But it is crucial that we respect that process and not get ahead of it. That being said, I can confirm this morning that this is being investigated as an act of ISIS-inspired terrorism.
Are you what? Are you serious?
So maybe their whole insulting Muslims thing had somebody come out independent, because all the journalists were saying it was an anti-Muslim protester who did it. So maybe this person was really mad at them doing this whole like anti-Muslim protest. Interesting.
I can also provide some additional information building on my remarks from Saturday evening. At that time, we were beginning to conduct preliminary analysis of two devices that were ignited and deployed earlier that day, one in a crosswalk on East End Avenue and East 87th Street, and the other on the west side of East End Avenue between East 86th and East 87th Streets. That testing was performed by the NYPD's bomb squad
Calling it
and
ISIS-inspired seems like a
FBI special
jump.
agent bomb technicians in consultation with an FBI chemist.
That seems like
Preliminary
conflation.
test results determined that these were not hoax devices nor smoke bombs. They were improvised explosive devices that could have caused serious injury or death. Part of our initial investigation was to determine what energetic substance, if any, was used in the two devices, and our analysis showed that one of the devices deployed by the subjects contained the substance triacetone triperoxide, known as TATP. Now, TATP is a dangerous and highly volatile homemade explosive that has been used in IED attacks around the world. Our bomb squad then rendered safe both devices. And as of now, explosive evidence samples are being sent to an FBI lab for further testing. Our investigation also led our detectives to a vehicle that was tied to the suspects. And yesterday afternoon, patrol officers found that car, a black 2010 Honda with New Jersey plates on East End Avenue between East 81st Street and East 82nd Street using
Jersey
a
plates.
robot. The NYPD's bomb squad was able to find another possible suspicious device and materials inside the car consistent with the first two explosive devices, and the area was immediately frozen and cleared. A limited evacuation of certain floors and certain nearby buildings was conducted while the officers secured the vehicle and removed this third device, which was transported to Rodman's neck for further testing. This third device tested negative for explosive material. Once the scene was secure and deemed safe, residents were allowed to return to their homes. Now, we have been in a heightened state of alert in New York City since the start of hostilities in Iran, and we remain in that posture today. We will continue to deploy additional counterterrorism resources throughout New York City, including heavy weapons teams, K-9 units, aviation, and more. The NYPD is vigilant and determined in our unceasing efforts to ensure the safety of this city and the security of its 8.5 million residents. We also cannot lose sight of how serious this situation was. The last time that an IED targeting people was deployed in New York City was in 2017 when Akayed Ullah detonated a device strapped to his torso in the pedestrian underpass connecting the Port Authority bus terminal and the Times Square subway station. No one other than the attacker was injured in that incident, and once again, we were fortunate that the devices used this weekend did not cause the kind of harm that they were certainly capable of causing. But luck is never a strategy. Devices like these have the potential to cause devastating harm, which is why the NYPD does thorough counterterrorism investigations and treats every incident of this kind with the highest level of urgency and care. And it is why we remain vigilant. The safety and security of the entire city ultimately rests on the judgment and the courage of the men and women of the NYPD. And on Saturday, we saw that in its truest form. When those devices were ignited in the middle of a crowded protest, officers did not step back, they stepped forward. With me today are two of those officers, Assistant Chief Aaron Edwards and Sergeant Louis Navarro, who ran toward a lit IED without hesitation and without regard for their own safety. Acting as police officers,
plenty of regard for the
instinct
Nazi
and
safety,
training
by
to
the way.
protect
Maybe
people
not
they
for
did
their
not know
safety, but they were
and would
definitely looking
likely
out for those
never
Nazis'
meet.
safety.
Yeah.
Moments like that remind us what policing truly requires, because behind every counterterrorism operation, every bomb squad response, every emergency call that sends officers running towards danger, there are human beings who make the decision to step forward.
The one that
when
didn't
others
go off in
are running
Australia?
away. Chief
You know
Edwards
anything about that?
has been a uniformed officer for nearly 23 years.
They opted to a terror
He
attack
is, as of
first-person
December,
charge
our newly minted.
in Australia.
But what, she's asking the material. Do you know anything about
the material? Not sure. Not sure. They won't tell us.
Boom, oligarchic legacy too.
Nice.
Borough chief in Manhattan North. Chief Edwards joined this department after witnessing the heroism of NYPD officers on September 11th. And on Saturday, we saw that same
Everything's
spirit carried
9/11
forward
for
in the
New
way
York
that
City
he
cops.
responded. Sergeant Navarro has spent the past 11 years
Fuck off,
serving
vampire.
the city he grew up between Puerto Rico and New York, eventually settling in Washington Heights and the Bronx, and joined the NYPD after a close friend encouraged him to take the
Norway doesn't want to
exam.
join the war.
On Saturday, he and Chief Edwards responded with calm judgment and professionalism.
Come join the war, fella.
Who are you trying to get to join the war?
Norway.
I'm pretty sure they have good relations.
No, they're a little bit unhappy with each other.
They broke up?
Mm.
Tragic.
Yeah. Oh look, Russia City is still free.
I know, right?
That's funny.
He even put down another city.
That situations like this
video is
demand.
just kind of
Together, they represent the dozens of cops
glitchy.
who were safeguarding that protest Saturday afternoon, and the nearly 35,000 members of this department who stand watch over New York City every day. Our entire city owes all of them a debt of gratitude, and although I've said it to them many times already, I will never tire of it. Thank you for your service. We'll now take some questions.
Time for a few questions. We'll start with Jake, AP, right here. Right here.
Yeah,
Sorry, you
ACAB.
have a microphone too?
First question is, ACAB.
I know you can't really go into so much detail at this point, but you know, given that you are saying this is an act of ISIS-inspired terrorism or being investigated, can you give
Sorry,
us?
could you just speak up a little bit more?
Yeah. Can you just give us any sense as to what information you may have to indicate that this is possibly ISIS inspired. Also, the commissioner mentioned the heightened state of alert related to the war in Iran. Any indication at this point that there's a connection? And then just also, do you know
whenever
why they
you
wanted to come to New York in this protest?
do you have a great work slot open for writing?
I have nothing.
Okay, let me know when you do.
I haven't been able to do anything for.
Well, as soon as you get I have a book. I'll give you when you have an opening.
In particular.
So I'll pass this over to our commissioner to answer some of the specifics.
So, Jake, at this time, we do not have any information that connects this investigation to what's going on overseas in Iran. As to the other questions that you posed, I don't want to say anything that could introduce prejudice into the prosecution or do anything that will make the prosecutor's jobs more difficult. What I can say is that the complaint, I expect, will be unsealed
Whatever
later
happened
this
to
afternoon.
that settler?
And once
she
that
put it here?
happens, I will be at greater
Yeah, that's what I've
liberty
been asking you to
to
help with for a
discuss
while.
and answer the
I mean,
questions
I
that
can't.
you
I'm
posed.
pinned down with a
We'll
vampire.
go to Andrew Zeff now.
Mayor, you said you were not home at the time.
I don't have a road
of this
there.
incident. Can you tell us where you were, how you learned
What I'm
about
doing
this
is
incident, and
pulling
what
her
went into your
military
thought
to me.
process about why you didn't speak about this
I don't
publicly,
have enough
either on
production to
Saturday
produce
when the
enough
commissioner
shit
did
quickly.
or on Sunday?
And then the encampment
So
there is fucking
we had
me up
known
as well.
that this was a protest that was scheduled for over a week. And I had known that there were precautions being taken, and I'm incredibly appreciative of the work that the NYPD both did in
Break her
advance,
dam.
as well as the work that we've spoken about
Got a
having
horse
happened
right next to
on
a
the
dam.
day and since then. My wife and I were at the New York City Sign Museum in Brooklyn at the time.
That's the plan.
We continued to be kept up to date as to what was going on both in the midst of the protest and the aftermath of the protest. And we also wanted to ensure that we were able to address New Yorkers directly and clearly with all of the facts as we had them, especially given how fast moving this has been. Wanted to ensure that we had all of that together.
Thank you. We'll go to Catherine, CNN.
Hi, good morning. Wondering if prior to the protest there was any credible threats online from these individuals, anything that you could see from their social media presence, anything like that leading up to it, that you'd know that they'd be traveling from Pennsylvania to attend this?
Again, preliminary investigation, and you're going to learn a lot more as the complaint is unsealed, but nothing at this time that would have suggested that.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Emma, go ahead right here in the front.
Has the team finished going through the devices of the two men associated? And also, is there anything known about a possible third individual who was with them?
Those devices are currently being investigated, so that process is ongoing, and we have no information about a possible third individual with them at this time.
Thank you guys so much.
You don't live in New York. You're coming to New York to tell people who belongs in New York and who doesn't belong in New York. We were born and raised in New York, and we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
So that was professional.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some massive
Okay, here we go,
news.
Chad.
Some of you might know Jake Lang. You know Jake Lang.
Never
He was
heard of
the
him.
January 6th political prisoner. He spent quite a long time in federal prison. He was one of the guys that the
Political
Biden
prisoner.
regime tried to bury. And after he got out of prison, he decided to get into activism. And when I say activism,
Is that what you
I'm not
call
talking
it?
about the kind where you sit on Twitter and
Is
Facebook.
this the Nahtzee video?
Tweeting
Yeah,
out
yeah,
and
I
posting,
put a
hoping
few
to
of
make
the-
some waves or get a few
See what the
retweets.
Nazis have to
Nope.
say about it.
Jake Lang is
Hear them
engaged in what
cope
you would
about
call,
how epic
or I would
this
call
was.
gonzo activism. He's getting right in the faces
Okay,
of
bro.
these people and these groups being just about as disruptive as humanly possible. And it's honestly, guys, it's kind of funny. Honestly, it's not the way I would go about things. But hey, this guy's got a set on him, I got to tell you. And look, we live in the United States of America.
That's a lot of tits, maybe.
I checked, we still have a First Amendment. So this is his right. He's engaging in these extreme protest behaviors. But what's really funny is people are calling the types of protests that Jake Lang does, are calling it
freedom
extreme.
of speech away.
But, you know, we have to find out what we're comparing here. Are we comparing the type of protest Jake Lang does with other right-wing protests? Or are we comparing the type of protests Jake Lang does with left-wing protests? Because if you compare...
Well, I can tell you right now, if Jake Lang could get the movement that left-wing protests do, maybe it would be a lot different. Now, when thousands of people rally behind him and his cause, get at me. Until then, it's not comparable. 12 Nazis showing up with a fucking pig and a goat.
Wow, wow, we were.
A doofus. The right-wing protest to Jake Lang's types of demonstration, I agree. Jake Lang is probably one of the most extreme types of protesters out there. But if you compare it to the left wing, it doesn't even hold a candle to the level of extremeness that the left engages in. Look at what we saw in Minneapolis for months while our brave men and women of ICE were there trying to follow the commander-in-chief and get dangerous illegal immigrants out of our country. But Jake Lang's latest antics, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good one. Jake Lang is going after Zoran Mamdani, and he's also targeting these protesters who are demonstrating, crying about the war in Iran, where, I mean, get this, they even held a vigil for the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, the late Khamenei in New York.
You got it wrong,
and he
bro.
showed up to that vigil as well. But here, Jake Lang is carrying a roasted pig to Zoran Mamdani's office.
Fuck you, Cat 47. Fuck you and the camouflage bullshit. Fuck you and the leather jacket. You can walk and get the fuck out of here. Walk up, that motherfucker.
This is my city. What's up, Ford?
Walk
I got
up,
a paper
motherfucker.
here, guys. I see that.
You know you're protected because there's cops around here. Keep running your mouth. Keep running your mouth, beta boy.
Yeah. You don't know. New York City's my city.
White supremacist tattoos. White supremacist flag
Cringe.
out there. Get out. Go. Hey, you're not going to do shit but run your mouth, you think?
Yep. That is a roasted pig. It's probably pretty good. Some nice juicy pork. I'm loving it.
I bet it
but,
sucks.
I'm sure Zora
Did they even
Mamdani is
eat
not
it?
loving it, but that's just a little taste of what you can expect from the extreme protests of Jake Lang.
Like, if
But while he
nobody
was
ate this pig, I'm, like, extra upset. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The pig died for nothing. The goat was abused for nothing. Like, that
do you
poor
expect?
goat. I don't want this merchant. I don't want trade routes to my own cities. Bitch.
There in the middle of his demonstration, acting as a counter protest to these people whining about the war in Iran. Something absolutely insane happened. I mean, this is pretty crazy. When you engage in these types of protests, guys, you are coming up against some people that might not be in their right mind. This is just the reality of going out in public and doing stuff like this.
That implies
I mean,
the
when you
Nazis
deal with the
in their
left,
right mind?
you're dealing with some truly extreme, unstable people. I mean, usually when the right protests, they're fairly peaceful. You know, they might get animated, they might shout, but across the board, they're...
This guy literally went to prison for being a violent protester who assaulted police.
Jake Lang.
And he's like,
Or the-
herp, herp, herp. The last are the violent ones.
Oh, the
Like,
guy
this is
talking.
literally somebody who went to jail for violent protest.
Hilarious.
Peaceful.
Like,
the left
cope.
Well, they always take it a step too far. While Jake Lang was protesting in New York, someone threw a nail bomb at him. A nail bomb. And it did not go off, thank God. And this person has since been caught. Take a look at this.
Wait. Was that him running? Notice how like
And this
all
person-
the libs on the sidewalk were like just standing there confused. It just shows
Yeah, it is
how ready this dude is to get out of there and how actually scared he is. Yes, Fisher is there. I believe. It showed credits from him earlier.
Has since been caught. Take a look at this.
Look at how fast they got out of there. Scared little babies.
Since been caught. Take a look at this.
You know what would be cool? If I settled this city and I just got these walls that were here. You know, they're still there. Give them to me. I deserve the
Threw a
wall.
fucking bomb, bro. Yeah, that was a nail bomb. You seen it? That's a nail bomb. Shit. What's a nail bomb? Yeah, that was a nail bomb.
Jesus is king, and he made it that that nail bomb didn't go off. Jesus is king. Thank you, Lord God.
So that must be the nail bomb right there. Must not have been assembled correctly.
Bro just shouting his shahadas in the street.
Someone's got to get the goat.
Oh, the goat!
Someone's got to get the goat.
Save the goat. Yeah, they were leading goats around as well.
I'm in New York. They just threw a bomb at us on the barricade.
Holy shit. God is still alive. Jesus is still king.
They throw the bomb on Jake and on us. Hang out. You're good here. Stay here. We're good to go. Don't worry about it. Just hang out here. Once we get your car here.
Jesus is king of my life.
So very
What a
scary
scared little
indeed.
bitch.
And we have Jake Lang. He responded. This was today. Talking about so this happened, the nail bomb incident and the roasted pig at Mamdani's house. This happened yesterday, but we have some arrests today now, and we have Jake Lang talking about the whole incident. Take a listen.
Distance you are to me, about 3 feet in front of me, and I saw the fuse. It was smoking, and I thought my life was over right then and there. God's grace immediately acknowledged the Lord's hand in protecting me and protecting all my right-wing Crusader brothers, Christian brothers that were with me. And immediately I cried out and called upon God for His saving grace. And you know, we knew exactly. I didn't see the guy who threw it, but I knew exactly who threw it. It was a Muslim, and they want to kill us because I'm a Christian and I speak my mind in this country. New York was built by white Christian men, okay, and now it is being taken over and destroyed by Muslims and socialists.
You sound like a Nazi.
It was built by immigrant laborers.
Yeah,
actually.
literally. All those images of migrant laborers on the really high buildings having their lunch in extreme danger.
He's absolutely right. The United States is a Christian
The white
country. I don't
man
think
wouldn't do
Muslims and
that.
socialists are the only problem. I won't get into the other problems I think we have going on because this is a video about something else. But Zohar Mamdani now is absolutely losing his mind. He's not happy, guys. Mamdani is pretty
I don't know,
pissed
he seemed
off
pretty
about
calm at
Jake
the press
Lang's
conference to me.
demonstrations, which of course is exactly the reaction Jake wanted. He does this to get a reaction. Mamdani gave him this reaction on a silver platter, and it's actually hilarious. He's calling Jake Lang a white supremacist while an actual bomb was thrown. Take a look at this. Yesterday, white supremacist Jake Lang organized a protest outside Gracie Mansion white supremacist Jake Lang. And rooted in bigotry and racism. Such hate has no place in New York City. It is an affront to our city's values and the unity that defines who we are. What followed was even more disturbing. Violence at a protest is never acceptable. The attempt to use an explosive device and hurt others is not only criminal, it is reprehensible and the antithesis of who we are. I want to thank the brave men and women of the NYPD who acted quickly to keep New Yorkers safe. Our officers ran.
This is him melting down?
I guess
Have you
so.
seen the average Trump tweet, bro?
And towards danger
All
without
in caps lock.
hesitation, demonstrating once again the courage and dedication it takes to protect the city every single day. And ladies and gentlemen, we do have 2 arrests, it appears. Amir Balat and Ibrahim Nick have been arrested for throwing a nail bomb at a protest towards Jake Lang. So these are the 2 individuals who have been arrested. This guy right here and this guy right here. And reportedly,
yeah, exactly.
They shouted Allahu Akbar before throwing the failed
logical flaws all
nail
around.
bomb. And we also have Fox News reporting on these
Great
arrests.
source there, bro.
Take a look.
Used in the attempted attack and just how dangerous it is. Let's bring in retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow, who has more information on this device that was found. So it was a homemade device, Paul, but not necessarily a cheesy one, in other words.
No, not at all, John. And I have to tell you, having done about 15 years work of this kind of terrorism work, this is a bit of a game changer. First of all, let me start by saying New York City got extremely lucky yesterday. TATP is enormously volatile. It is not very stable. It's extremely powerful. And it is the footprint, and if you go by past events, of serious bombing attacks. The London 7/7 attacks, Richard Reed's attempt on the plane. Many of us remember the Ariana Grande attacks outside the Manchester Arena. These are situations where you're well into double figures of people killed, never mind injured. So this was a very, very serious attempt, much more serious, I would argue, than it likely seemed to many right initially. And as to why they didn't detonate, in light of the fact that they were charged the way they were, is going to be something I'm sure that the federal authorities are going to be looking at very closely as they investigate these 2 perps.
Yeah, and hats off to the New York City Police Department for running in and stopping those attacks. They didn't just run away or go to a place of safety.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at, they didn't know what they were into there. All they saw was something that was smoking. For all they know, this thing is extremely powerful, but they ran towards it. Look, that's what your instincts are as a police officer. That's what you're supposed to do, but that doesn't mean it is any less heroic. So hats off to those guys, and thank God the devices didn't detonate. It really comes down to now, why was it
Remember what I said. Remember what I said about gun control. It's that it will make bombings happen, right? Because, like, I'm just thinking, this is America. Just shoot him, you know?
I mean, that would be the easy option.
I got a clip. Hang on.
What the fuck? That is not along the coast.
What?
Your fucking city.
Huh? I told you
Why
I'm
are you
going
moving
north.
there?
I told you I'm going north.
What, and boxing me in? Like,
No.
you have the entire coastline. You've already blocked me off to the south, and fucking Christina's there. You've got all the other space in the world, the literal world.
Mm-hmm.
So go that way.
And I'll settle that space too.
I have a gun in my room. You give me 5 seconds, I'll get it. I'll come back down here. Boom! I'll blow their brains out.
Scott, you just don't get it, do you?
Incomplete chemical formula, were the somehow or other the balances off. You know, the mixture was a little bit too much of this, a little bit less of that. It's not a simple thing to make.
So very interesting, and I just did a search on what TATP is. I've never heard of this before, but it sounds pretty wild. Check it out.
Go home then.
Triacetone triperoxide is a highly volatile, unstable organic peroxide and primary explosive known for its sensitivity to friction, heat, and shock. That's probably why they used it, because you throw it, if it's sensitive to shock, could explode. Often called Mother of Satan. So that's pretty wild. We've got a chemical formula called Mother of Satan being used in a nail bomb against Jake Lang. That's pretty wild.
It's really
but Jake
easy
Lang
to make too. If you look there, it tells you how to make it. Synthesized from acetone and hydrogen peroxide, appearing as a white crystalline powder with a fruity or bleach odor. So that's what it is. It's a crystallization of the two compounds that basically you can just find anywhere.
Being used in a nail bomb against
I don't
Jake
know if
Lang.
it was a
That's
nail
pretty
bomb.
wild.
Was there
But Jake
nails in
Lang,
it?
just to close this out here, here's something else he got up to. Jake Lang crashed the vigil for Ayatollah Khomeini in New York, showing up with a goat and saying that Muslims must get out. Here he is, showing up, looks like in a U-Haul van, and a goat.
Come on, he's a goat fucker! Come on!
I'll mute that, but this is the type of antics that Jake Lang gets up to, guys. And listen, it's just the fact of the matter when you confront these crazy leftists.
Go ahead and censor
especially
yourself.
with these type of antics, guys.
Pussy.
I'm sorry. You're playing with fire because these leftists are already like they have a lot of screws loose, and when they see this happening, some of them are just going to completely.
Got a lot of screws loose. Meanwhile, a dude is literally humping a goat in the picture next to you, bro. These lefties got a lot of screws loose.
Lose their minds. They're not thinking about free speech, and they're not saying, well, this makes me uncomfortable.
They're not thinking about free speech while I mute my own video to avoid the bad words.
But it's his right to
You're not
free
thinking about
speech.
free
No.
speech.
A lot of these people, remember, guys, I mean, during the Biden administration, they literally they said that words were the same as violence.
To do with
and
this.
that's what a lot of people think of Jake Lang and anyone else that might protest and say things that they don't like. But ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? What do you guys think of the antics of Jake Lang?
Gay.
Pretty wild. Pretty crazy, don't you say? Very interesting. Guys, you know what?
Turns out the real reason ISIS tried to bomb him is because he's gay. They saw how he kicked over that statue.
With this war going on right now, I only see demonstrations like this escalating. I don't think it's going to get any better. And hopefully we don't take any refugees from the Middle East, because I think that would even make it worse. But what do you think? Let me know what you think down below in the comments. Like and subscribe to my channel. I'd really appreciate it. But until then, I'll see you on the next one.
Story tonight, a pair of protesters and protests take a dangerous turn. Two men from our area are accused of igniting homemade explosive devices outside of the New York City mayor's home. 18-year-old Amir Balat, a Neshaminy School District student, can be seen on the left, and 19-year-old Ibrahim Kamuni is on the right. Now, a federal terrorism investigation is underway this evening, and what appears to be the home of Balat tonight became the scene of a large-scale FBI operation in Bucks County. CBS Philadelphia on Tina Drive in Langhorne right there, where law enforcement officers were on the scene. Our crew saw several people being led away. Agents announced on a loudspeaker that they were conducting an FBI operation. Now, not far away in Newtown, there was another large law enforcement presence presence at a home on Clymer Street. CBS News correspondent Chanel Call breaks down this investigation.
Stay in New York.
This is the moment a homemade bomb was ignited outside the New York City mayor's residence Saturday afternoon.
He threw a bomb? Yo, did he throw a bomb, bro?
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says the device did not explode, but that it could have caused serious injury or death.
Based on preliminary examination and X-ray imaging, the devices, which were a bit smaller than a football, appear to be a jar wrapped in black tape, importantly with nuts, bolts, and screws, along with a hobby fuse that could be lit.
So not nails.
The man seen throwing it, 18-year-old Amir Balat and his 19-year-old friend Ibrahim Kayumi, both from Pennsylvania, were arrested. Authorities say they were part of a group of nearly 125 people counter-protesting a much smaller anti-Islam demonstration led by Jake Lang.
The violent left!
Calm down.
Of speech.
Oh, you hear that, ISIS? You're now the violent left. What are you gonna do now, ISIS?
Pardoned U.S. Capitol insurrectionist who has frequently sought out political confrontations in the months after President Trump gave him clemency. In a statement, Mayor Zohran Mamdani saying, quote, yesterday, white supremacist Jake Lang organized a protest outside Gracie Mansion rooted in bigotry and racism. Adding, quote, what followed was even more disturbing. Violence at a protest is never acceptable.
And New York City police say they found a third device just down the street from here. The FBI now investigating this as terrorism. Sources telling CBS News they are now looking to determine whether one of those two suspects were inspired by ISIS. Chanel Call, CBS News, New York.
So we got some more videos and even some updates regarding the bomb thrown at Jake Lang yesterday. This is actually a really good angle of the bomb landing right in front of him and showing exactly how bad the damage could have been. So let's check it out.
What district you want? I'm only building units, so I don't really care.
A theater.
Somebody threw a fucking bomb, bro.
Yeah, that was a nail bomb. You seen it? That's
Holy
a nail bomb.
shit.
What's a nail bomb?
Yeah, that was a nail bomb. Jesus.
Look at that, man.
And he made it that that nail bomb didn't go off. Jesus is king. Thank you, Lord God. Thank you, Lord God.
What just happened?
Thank you, Lord God. They threw a nail.
There it is right there. Now, look at all the people standing around, right? You got Jake Lang, his friends with him, police right there. So many people would have been hurt by that. Mainly a lot of police officers and peaceful protesters, you know? I know they call Jake Lang a super racist and an agitator, but that could have... He's just innocently protesting. He even called the police and said, hey, we're going to do this march. We need y'all to stand by and protect us because these people are obviously out of control and very violent. And they threw a bomb at him.
Yeah, ISIS.
And luckily, it just didn't go off.
ISIS tends to
So
be
we got
violent.
a better angle
Correct.
of this guy lighting it and running off. And he was doing this right in front of police. I'm surprised the police didn't look at this guy and say, what the hell is he doing? And then actually
Well,
go
they're
get
cops,
him
so-
until he started running around with something smoldering and smoking in his hand. Now he drops it. He drops it right there on the floor. Can't really see it, but he drops it on the floor and takes off. Crazy, man. And they're saying that this thing actually got upgraded to a different level of terrorism. There's another camera angle, and you got Masterson.
The the chemical is one of the most common IED chemicals. Like, of course it's shared on right-wing teragrams. It is one of the easiest explosives to make. Like, it's very, I could make it pretty easily. Like, it's really just simple chemistry. It's super volatile, simple chemistry, you know, and like, just the way it probably didn't have enough of the fucking crystals in there, you know? And like, also, like, if you put stuff like inside with the crystals, for example, fuel, or even tannerite, or match heads, or road flares, putting those types of things in there to like have a continuous reaction, because like they probably didn't go off because there wasn't enough oxygen to maintain the flame inside the device. He probably needed a lot more of the crystals and stuff too. And I'm sure they didn't test it ahead of time too, because they're stupid. They just assumed they would work. Like I think the Columbine kids didn't test their bombs either.
This idiot right here.
We were born and raised in New York, and we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
See the excitement on his face for a second? Look how happy he is. Oh, yeah, throw that fucking bomb at him. Yeah, let's get a terrorist attack going. This dude right here is super excited. These guys are all excited. Did they just throw a bomb? Yeah, one of them I remember in the video yesterday. They were like, did he just throw a bomb? That's sick. Yeah. Yeah, man. These people are, they are terrorists. They just don't have the balls to follow through with it. Now,
they are terrorists. They just don't have the balls to follow through with it. Bro, literally, that was fucking people inspired by Daesh following through with it. What do you mean? That was literally following through.
what they're saying here is New York City bomb upgraded to nightmare level. The homemade bomb thrown at anti-Islam protesters in NYC was packed with TATP, triacetone, triperoxide, an enormously volatile, extremely powerful explosive nicknamed Mother of Satan. Mamdani doesn't care. Not a peep out of Mamdani.
News has learned of a disturbing development involving the type of explosive used.
Was it the other guy who was like, look at Mamdani coping?
Used in the attempted attack and just how dangerous it is. Let's bring in retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow, who has more information.
Okay, we don't need to see this jackass again. It's funny how the fascists both used basically the same clips. Oh, look, I thought not a peep. I thought not a peep out of Mamdani. What? Debunked in real time.
And there was another guy with him. I don't see any pictures of the other guy. I did see him get arrested.
Yeah, it's not. They have nothing. These guys had Jersey plates. They already located the car. The vehicle is from Jersey, right? And like the people there, like the journalists on this side immediately thought that this was like one of the anti-Islam protesters, and then like the other guys thought that this guy was one of the fucking left-wing protesters, but they're just totally independent from everything. That's the thing is like terrorists like to show up at gatherings
Yeah.
to hurt people.
But I don't see the pictures of him. Yeah. 2 terrorists. It's like the Boston Marathon all over again.
No, it's not.
Literally a Boston Marathon 2.0. All right, let's read this. Yesterday.
It's actually nothing like the Boston Marathon because that was a successful bombing. And also, one of the brothers ran over his brother's head while trying to flee police.
White supremacy.
Right, why is the trebuchet so fucking strong?
Ice, baby. Bro, I couldn't even get 3 words into this damn thing. I couldn't even get 3 words into this thing before laughing. Here we go. Oh boy, Yesterday, white supremacist Jake Lang organized a protest outside Gracie Mansion rooted in bigotry and racism. That's a mouthful, man. I can't even. We're here to talk about the Muslim terrorists that threw bombs at people. And he's talking about Jake Lang. Maybe he don't even. Okay. Such hate has no place in New York City. It is an affront to our city's values and the unity that defines who we are. What followed was even more disturbing. Ooh, even more disturbing. He couldn't just touch on the bomb part. He has to go after Jake. Violence at a protest is never acceptable. The attempt to use an explosive device and hurt others is not only...
Oh, my... You're mad because he's describing the events as they unfolded now? The crybaby machine is in full throttle. Like, don't be such a bitch, bro.
Criminal, it is reprehensible and the antithesis of who we are. I want to thank the brave men and women of the NYPD who acted quickly to keep New Yorkers safe. Our officers ran toward danger, yada, yada, yada. My administration is closely monitoring. What about Muslims? Look at Jake Long.
Crazy, because later, after they investigate, they'll hold a press conference and say that it was ISIS. It's almost like he's not saying and assigning blame before they actually investigate it. Wow. Crazy. I can't believe he wouldn't immediately assign blame that could be wrong.
Top comment. Just following orders from your pedophile prophet warlord Muhammad. You are funded by the same Muslim Brotherhood that tried to assassinate me yesterday. That's why you failed to condemn them, name their names, or their cancerous ideology, Islam. Islam doesn't belong in the West. Yeah, not one mention of them being Muslims. Not one mention of them. What followed yesterday was even more disturbing. 2 Muslim men shouted Allah Akbar and threw a bomb at an American citizen.
Funny,
this is an
so let's be clear that the point in time that this guy made this video was already after they had a press conference saying that it was a fucking ISIS-inspired attack. And he's like, how come you're not calling them Muslim? How come you're not calling them Muslim immediately after the event took place?
Obvious terrorist attack on America. That's what should have replaced this. Fuck all this virtue signaling bullshit. That's what he should have said. But no. Yesterday, the white supremacist Jake Lang.
Crazy, because later they literally say it's a terrorist incident during a press conference. And when you made this video, they had already said that. So literally he did what you're crying about. And you're crying about it. That's all these people do.
Such hate has no place in New York City.
Yeah. There's not enough
Bigotry and
boobies in my
racism.
video game.
Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous.
Biggest soups on the planet.
The clown show over here. Can't stand these damn Democrats. Can't stand these fucking Japanese Beatles either. So Zohran Mamdani calls Jake Lang white supremacist, but he won't describe who threw the bomb at Jake. A Muslim jihadist Mamdani supporter. White people founded our country, Mamdani, and Muslims like you have never been a part of America's founding. Go back to Uganda. A terrorist in a suit is still a terrorist. This guy is born in Africa, comes over here, and somehow ends up being the mayor of the richest city in the world. New Yorkers, what are y'all doing, man? What are y'all doing? How did y'all fall for this?
Epic. Epic. Dumb words from a dumb cunt.
What's that? We're live. Okay, let me just finish up here. Okay, that's it. Hello guys, welcome back to the YouTube channel of... Just want to thank you so much for taking the time to look at...
This guy was trending today, and guess why he's trending?
I don't know,
And
James.
that's not a costume. That's not
Who's
AI.
that? Who's that yelling?
That's really his eyebrows. And let's just watch.
And if you're upset now, wait until you see this film. Your heads are going to explode. Like
those eyebrows
actually
out there,
maybe
like-
explode. It's pretty spick.
Look at that.
Hey, give him a break,
So-
man. Oh, amazing, man.
Amazing, man.
Amazing, man. What the hell's going on in the news? Let me look. Okay, this is a top story. A lot of people sent this to me. What the hell, the guy's eyebrows? There's something going on with this guy's eyebrows. Okay, sorry, I'm still trying to catch up on this breaking story here. So I typed in YouTube, I typed in Ben Shapiro eyebrows. I thought maybe it was related to him getting his
booty hole waxed down.
What is this video? Listen up, you whiny bitch. This is a funny guy, man. This is an epic / funny guy. And I don't know, he's droning on about something, but what's interesting here is the comments. Those eyebrows have their own gravitational field. Hey, you can't say that.
Well, the normie American is going to be left without a place to go.
Right.
And that is a problem.
Eyebrows look normal. Eyebrows actually look normal here. So that was probably an angle, a phone angle issue. He was taking those pictures like...
Well, this is what seems to be happening to young Americans who spend way too much time online. Brain rot is, in fact, an infectious disease.
You would know.
Young Americans who think differently than their elders aren't suddenly becoming wiser than their elders. I know. It has become a truism that young people are rarely wiser than their elders.
Mm-hmm.
It's a truism because it usually is true. But young Americans are spending a lot of time with the brain rot machine. Their politics are moving to match, which is...
And the older people are reading all about foreign policy and not just watching cable TV. Also, I have one more thing to add to that, which is...
booty hole waxed down.
My booty hole specifically.
Look at... Because policies are not connected to the online brain rot.
Oh,
And
amazing.
thank God for that.
Okay.
Well, people afflicted
Why
by
you
online
dressed like
brain rot
that?
keep
Whoa,
saying...
whoa, why you dressed like Miami Vice, man? Is it because...
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Or is it because you're doing one of these? Okay, stop. Stop that, man. Okay, I'm having a hard time believing this is real, but this says this guy got 750,000 views on this.
Real?
Human? Human, though? And one of those views is... Okay, so again, we have no idea who's watching this.
Who is that?
Are they human? Many questions to be asking about this. But yeah, there's a bunch of crazy nonsense going on with the news. It's garbage. Trash. It's toilets. And that's what we'll be taking a beautiful look at today. Of course, we're starting with one of the main geniuses of all time. He do like this.
Booty hole waxed down. I'm out in Miami, ho.
Okay, he's in Miami. Great. Okay, but first let's look at this. Let's get some context on this, man. What does this say right here?
Yeah, he's a
In an analysis
grid!
published Friday, polling expert some guy calculated an average of 8 high-quality polls conducted over the last week about the war and found just 38% of Americans approve of military strikes against Iran, while 49% are opposed. Morris noted that there's simply no precedent for U.S. war being this unpopular from the very outset.
We slowed her
okay,
down
so not the
enough
most popular
that
thing.
we're tied
Very
with her in the
unpopular.
tech tree.
Very unpopular. Historically unpopular. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it. So, if you watch a lot of like whatever CNN and stuff, they're like, well, seems kind of bad or something, but probably good. Basically, that's what those morons are doing. But this guy, he's both crazy, and kind of stupid. And, I watched a few of these videos. He comes off looking like a total dweeb. Like, he's like, we're really kicking some butt. This guy lives in basically an old people's home in Florida. He lives in a place where the average age is like 200. And he's like, we're really kicking butt anyway.
Anyway, I gotta go to sleep at 6 p.m. sharp, or whatever.
But old Benny Shapino's videos here are, they're obviously bizarre. But even for him, they're kind of like, what the hell is this? Like, they're kind of beyond crazy. There's a part in this where he plays like a Nick Fuentes clip where this guy's like, where he's still talking about kind of like the fake populist stuff. He's like, well, this guy said we're not going to do any wars. And the middle class is going to get a white picket fence. They're going to live in the beginning of Blue Velvet. He promised that. So he was lying. So I don't like him anymore. And that's true. There's a lot of lying here, obviously. Which is kind of why it's unpopular. It's like, hey, that's bad. The Iraq War, all that stuff, that sucks, man. We're not doing that again. We are. So that other guy is like, technically, he's a crazy person, but he's technically being more consistent. What this guy is saying is fascinating, man. They should study his little eyebrows, brain. Because basically what he's saying is like, most people don't want this. It's unpopular. They've been lying about this the whole time, and they're still lying. But your job is to shut up and support it, okay? He doesn't even try to do a thing where he, comes back from that clip and he's like, well, look, we are going to do that stuff, I don't know, at some point. Just lie, we're going to do both. This is what he says when he comes back from the clip, where that guy's like, hey, that guy was lying about all that middle-class stuff and no war stuff. This is what he says when he comes back from the clip.
He's going to vote for Democrat anyway. Because, again, he is the true believer in his own bizarre view of the world. But if you listen to the online chatter, if you spend a lot of time on X, which is a mental war.
He's bizarre. He believed all the lies. He's bizarre. Yeah, I guess that is. Technically, you're right. It's bizarre to believe a bunch of lying, but you might want to reply to some of that stuff. He said, that guy's dumb.
Young Americans who think differently than their elders aren't suddenly becoming wiser than their elders. I know. It has become a truism that young people are rarely wiser than their elders.
Okay.
It's a truism because it usually is true. But young Americans are spending a lot of time with the brain rot machine.
So yeah, man, it's absolutely fascinating. Oh, baby. He does look like he's out in Miami with that. In the 80s.
Oh. I'm out in Miami, ho.
It says here this got 750,000 views. Oh. And again.
Speaking of sound bites, there's a new one on the drive.
A little busy right now.
Yeah, holding Christina down. She's fucked.
Yeah, and fucking my entire game.
What do you mean? We're caught up to her. We're in second place in tech.
Yeah, I have nothing.
Yeah, but we're in second place in tech. We're still winning.
Great, you're boxing me in, and Norway is moving up on my north. So as I said, as you're moving up, you are closing my only option.
Well, if you need a city, I can give you a city later. It's no problem.
All because I can't get to this fucking city. I can't build units fast enough to replace them. And I'm just like wasting production.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I've basically built no districts. I'm really only... I used Exodus the Evangelist to get a heroic age. Fuck off, vampire. She's not even healing the vampires now. I had to rebuild my forces. She got one of her unique units out.
I would like to know whether or not those are human. But this guy's not too far from a lot of the, like, you know, whatever, CNN type stuff where they're just like, this is awesome. This is awesome, somehow. But of course, this guy, he's a weird guy. But I like that little part right there where he's like,
old people are smart. Young people are dumb. Young people are dumb.
That's sort of funny because he's basically giving away that the only people who support this are like older Republicans. Basically, the people in Florida who he lives in like a gated community around. They're like, this is awesome. Why? I don't know. I'm old. I'm pissed off about something. I don't know. Some blank face guy with makeup on Fox News said this is cool, so it's cool. I don't know. I'm going to the yogurt place. That's basically what he's surrounded by. But he's like, old people know everything and they're smart. They're just Republicans. Old Republicans. Because he knows that's the only people who support this.
Old people are smart.
So it's pretty fascinating. Another thing he says, he goes on and on. He says this like
Plus,
20 times.
You being Eleanor, like later in the game when Great Work starts spawning, like all these cities that are close to you are gonna flip. Like Norway got a settler down. If he puts this settler down right here, he's fucked. That city is basically yours. He's gonna build it up for you and hand it to you on a silver platter.
Hmm.
And then you get your spies out to start stealing Great Works while you're buying them too.
He's like, look, man, the great president Donald Trump, he's not just online looking at this brain rot crap. Like, basically anybody who's not a 90-year-old Republican living in a Boca Raton, Florida, getting their brain baked by the sun before they die. Those are morons. Those are morons who look at brain rot. He keeps saying brain rot over like he just found out about this term. He's like, that's stupid, man. The internet is stupid. He's trying to square a little circle that, you know, obviously, like, older people are not on the internet as much. So those are the ones who support, you know, just endless war because they're only watching Fox
What is
News.
going
So he's like,
on
the whole
over here?
internet is stupid and brain rot is stupid.
It's next to your capital.
Here's a video
How
he
do you
uploaded
not
the
have the
same
pressure
day.
to flip
Jim
this?
Carrey's face.
Yep.
Over the past 30 years, comedian Jim Carrey has been known for the ridiculous ways in which he can contort his face.
No, he has not. He's not known for that.
But nothing could have prepared us for 2026's biggest conspiracy theory yet,
Yep.
which we'll highlight in a new segment we're calling Jim Scary.
Oh,
Not even an original joke.
Oh, imagine.
Not even an original
Imagine
joke.
making / watching stupid crap on the internet. That's a little bit of a tough one, man. You know, saying that uploading stupid crap to the internet is stupid and then you are doing that? That's sort of tough. Yeah, the only people who are smart are old people who don't know how to use the internet. By the way, I'm on there doing this crap. This is one of those guys where it's like, he could be AI. Like, Ben Shapiro could be AI or some kind of like, they created him in a laboratory or something. Okay,
That I
man,
believe.
that's about as much as I could take it of that little guy who people make fun of his
I also have no
eyebrow.
fucking knife
Really,
out,
it's
so
the
I can't
angle
even make
he was
the
shooting
Marines.
at. He was holding
Oh, you
that
want
camera
Niter?
up like...
I can give
Like,
you
I
some.
feel like if I had the Marines, it would change everything.
Here you go.
Because they're not only are they musketmen, they're unique ones. They would be strong for
Yeah,
ages.
Yeah.
And like, I'm just building crossbowmen, and they're just getting annihilated by the fucking encampment and the city.
Yeah, she's got her unique unit coming for you.
Like, I need to build an industrial zone, but I can't build it quick enough.
Build an encampment right next to her encampment.
I am. I literally am.
Good. That's really the only thing you can do.
And that'll also, if I produce a bombard in there, I can get it to hit her city as well. I'm gonna fucking raise that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't made any progress towards this city down here. But like I said, what's important is that she's slowed down hard. And like doesn't have the lead anymore.
Is she the deity?
I believe so.
No wonder we're having such a hard time.
Yeah. She's gonna be tough, but she can't do anything.
Alright, let's do something stupid. Too much news today.
This is Arian Brown.
Yeah.
He had that camera all up, pointed down at me. What does that mean?
Look at
me. Okay, let's check this out. This is from what I understand from the show notes that I get from my producer, Jamie, this is some moron looking at a Bill Maher clip. Oh, I love Bill Maher. He's of his
Get out of here. She
political
keeps
guy.
sending no health vampires at me.
good faith political exploration has been fascinating to watch. Something that I particularly am very interested in. Here's how it went down.
This week, war. Did you hear about that thing?
Shut up, Bill.
We bombed Iran, and it's going on. Now, have you expected me to say I hate it?
Sending a good video.
Sorry. When he puts boots on the ground,
this one.
then I'll hate it. Now, I know too many happy Iranian Americans. Sorry. Puts boots on the ground, then I'll hate it. Now, I know too many happy Iranian Americans. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay, man. That's great, man. Bill Maher is such a baby. Like, so much stuff has come out, so many videos have come out with Bill Maher where people are like, what the hell's wrong with you? What are you, drunk? What are you, drunk all the time or something? I don't know how he even finds people to, clap when the applause light goes off at his show. And he gets all these boring guests. It's like, oh, Mark Cuban's on the show. Oh, great. Okay, anyway, this is a stupid clip, that this dumb guy's playing. It's a Bill Maher on his annoying, unwatchable show where he's like, look, man, he keeps saying, sorry. Look, I think this is awesome.
Sorry.
Okay. What are you talking to yourself? Who are you saying sorry to, you weirdo? You should be saying sorry to those little kids that you dragged on your
Scandal. That was a great show. Remember that
Leave
one?
him alone,
With Kerry
Bill.
Washington. You'd like that one.
Nope.
Strong woman shows, right? What do you? So
Get
you
out of
watch
there, kids.
Saturday Night Live.
YouTube show.
Leave.
You were drunk around. Apologize to those kids. But I love this amazing little argument from Bill Maher where he's like, look, I don't care. Sorry. But I know too many people from Iran who are very happy about this. It's like, okay, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah, personally, are they in Iran, though?
I know a guy.
Are they
Works
the
at
ones
a
taking the
restaurant
bombs?
I go to in
No.
LA. He said it's cool or so. I can't remember. I didn't write it down. But it's like, what a dumb baby thing to say, It's like if I came on the show and it's like, a lot of people are saying I'm very handsome. And now I know all the polls are like, hey, he's unwatchable with that face, with that head. And I'm like, yeah, but I know. I'm saying, listen to me. Hello. I'm saying I know some people who says that I am handsome. Yeah, but all the polls are way on the other side. I don't care. I know a guy. Okay, what the hell is this right here? Oh, this is a Bill Maher clip. This is a Bill Maher clip that it took me 2 seconds to find. Oh, well. Cut your meat. On that. What the hell is this a guy saying?
Carolina, a lot of veterans, a lot of military people who loved George W. Bush. Do you remember what Jeb Bush's big gaffe was at the beginning of the campaign?
No,
they
I
asked
don't.
him about, if you know what we know now, if you know today what we knew then, would you go into Iraq? And he said yes. All the other Republican candidates jumped on him. Ted Cruz said, knowing what we know now, of course we wouldn't get into Iraq. How could you be so stupid as to be cheerleading for a war that I was for only 2 years ago? Okay, but they all said the same thing, basically.
Right.
Trump brags all the time about he's the only one who was against the war in Iraq. So, okay, we all agree that the war in Iraq was a mistake. Shouldn't George W. Bush be the least popular guy?
Yeah, 2 quick questions, please, from me. Like, what the hell is wrong with Bill Maher? Like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? Did he get hit in his head? You know? I guess that was both of the questions. What's wrong with him, A? And B, did he get hit in the head? Because it's like this clip, and there's clip after clip like this, where he's like, oh man, the Iraq War was so unpopular that even these goddamn Republicans have to come out and be like, that sucks. Like, they basically won. They won like a presidential nominee by being like, that sucks. And that guy's connected to that of his brother.
That guy sucks.
And Bill Maher's like, what a bunch of hypocrites, man. I'm against stuff like the Iraq War. And these liars, these liars and losers, they were for it at one point. Now they're saying they're against it. You know, Bill Maher's like, I'm so smart, man. Here he is doing like the same crap now today. Yeah, the Iraq War, that's so stupid. Here's like an exact repeat, a worse repeat of that. It's awesome.
A river with fucking
What are you doing
iron
on
next to it.
TV?
Because
What a dumbass.
Because he wants to give you a city. He craves giving you a city. Also, that's in desert. The AI will never settle in desert.
Oh no! There's a river tile here that's grassland. It also has niter.
Why doesn't my full screen button work?
Still. Why are you still on TV? Who watches it? And these liars, these liars and losers, they were for it at one point. Now they're saying they're against it. You know, Bill Maher's like, I'm so smart, man. Here he is doing like the same crap now today. Yeah, the Iraq War, that's so stupid. Here's like an exact repeat, a worse repeat of that. It's awesome. Okay. What are you doing on TV still? Why are you still on TV? Who watches him, by the way?
Strong woman shows, right?
Maybe it's a Ben Shapiro situation where it's like non-ironic Bill Maher viewer is like 80. That's like the only thing I can think of. Like, who the hell's watching this crap?
Regime change by jazz improvisation. That is how the respected scholar of Iran, Karim Sajdapur, described the Trump administration's strategy in the war it has initiated with Iran. Sadly, it's the most accurate description of the scattered, shifting, and
YouTube! For fuck's sake. Like, at full screen for a second.
Only a second.
Shapiro situation where it's like non-ironic Bill Maher viewer is like 80. That's like the only thing I can think of. Like, who the hell's watching this crap?
Alright.
regime change by jazz improvisation.
Stay, YouTube.
That is how the respected scholar of Iran, Karim Sajdapur, described the Trump administration's strategy in the war it has initiated with Iran. Sadly, it's the most accurate description of the scattered, shifting, and uncertain approach.
Hold on, how many views on this? This is CNN. 400,000 in 10 hours. Human? Human or...
adult baby.
What does this guy say? That is an insult to jazz improvisation. Hey, shut up, man.
Look at... Israel's military strategy has been focused, brilliantly implemented, and aligned with their goal.
Oh, amazing, man.
The Israeli strikes out decapitate.
So yeah, man, I've been clicking over to CNN every once in a while, see what the hell these goons, these gooners. People do say that. Oh, people do say that about them. Who says that about them? Okay. I've been clicking over every once in a while, and you know, in these videos that have like what 400,000 views, it's like anti-information. It's like so stupid. Oh, here's this guy. I love this guy, by the way. He's my new favorite guy, Fareed Zakaria. He's like, that's kind of like jazz. This is kind of like jazz. It's also kind of brilliant. Okay, what does that mean? I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And to add on to that,
Washington needs to find a way to ensure that it secures the gains it has made in this war,
Okay, what does that mean?
disarmed and defanged Iran.
Okay.
But without pushing the country, there are still ways to bolster the achievements and close out this war.
The many
As
achievements,
usual,
yes.
Qatar could play a useful role as an intermediary.
And guess who's going over there to fix all this? And you know, man, not to get too serious, this is a very, very funny comedy channel.
Look at.
But it is like weird watching these channels. CNN is pretty stupid, man. You know, in this channel, we usually look at these
adult baby.
Like whatever. Ben Shapiro, he's like, he's like a bonked on the head little kid man who wanders around an old people's home in Florida, doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Or like Tim Pool, who can barely remember what he's talking about on his channel, But it is weird, 400,000 views in a couple hours on CNN, and it's like, what the hell does any of this mean? Like this guy, the whole video is this guy like, wow, this is really complicated, but we could definitely win this one. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Like, I heard some interview where somebody was talking about, like, Iran just knocked out, like, $1 billion, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars worth of American radar. And I was like, where, really? And I looked this up, and it's like, oh, yeah, that actually happened. Like, looks like that's real. It is sort of weird. I mean, just for, like, normal people to, like, figure out, like, what the hell's going on here? It's a damn near impossible to get, like, meaningful information, because like the same channel CNN, they did a little report where they're like, oh, Iran's using drones, and it's really hard to get these drones,
Probably because we've been
they
at
could just
war
move
for
them all
1,000
around.
years.
They move the drones around. It's like an asymmetrical warfare thing.
We're the ones who's,
but then this guy has to come on and he's like, well, they're definitely good chances of winning this.
Nubia.
And it's like, what is that? What does that even mean? Winning what?
They're
what
probably
does
by
winning
themselves
even
with no competition. Probably gonna have to drop nukes on Nubia at some point. Cause she is, she's got coal already. Christina has no gunpowder as well, it seems. The gunpowder that she does have, so she's pretty limited on it. Speaking of which, except my fucking embassy. Stingy mofos. Fuck off. I'm not selling it for that cheap. Absolutely no way, no how.
You're bombing like a giant country, in like this asymmetrical warfare thing where they just keep moving around. What are you gonna bomb every last inch of the country? But CNN still has to do this, and all the comments are like, "What the hell are you talking about?" I don't know why CNN still exists.
That'd be great, wouldn't it? Didn't happen.
I'm doing my best.
I mean, I wish I could live forever. I wish
What else?
when I take a dump, gold cufflinks fall out of my ass. Excuse my French, but that ain't the way it works, folks. I wish money.
Whoa. My kids watch this. They're talking about taking a dump. This is my kids' favorite show. They're 5 years old. Now you're talking about taking a dump and it's gold. Now they can't watch anymore.
And it makes me cry to even look at them. I wish my grandmas and grandpas weren't dead.
Well, that's impossible.
I wish my Achilles wasn't blown.
None of my business.
I wish I wasn't allergic to mountain juniper, cedar trees, but I am.
Okay.
So just
good coverage.
People pick what they want to believe.
Okay, that's what
And
all
the
that.
left wants to say, "Oh,
That's what all that led up to. Okay.
I wish I wasn't allergic to all the allergens.
Is he sounding extra
out here in
gravelly?
West Austin, it's pretty bad. Also, I wish my grandma was still alive. The point is, we focus on what we want or something.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack. What a pervert. People pick what they want to believe.
No, they don't.
And the left wants to say, oh, Trump's betrayed you. He's this horrible guy. See, we were right. You guys are even bigger warmongers, want to have nuclear war with Russia and are pedophiles and want to destroy the country and hate the nation. Trump really cares about the country. He is doing so many great things, and that's what makes it so damn bad he's doing this. Because he's not an anti-American globalist piece of crap like you.
I just
Okay.
one shot
And
and
I'll-
a puzzle.
man, there we go, man.
Oh, there we go,
With
man.
my
There we
upgrade.
go. There Alex goes on.
Holy
Everybody's
shit.
proud of him. I'm so proud of
should
him.
wage holy
Look at his little
wars.
silver suit. I watched this like whole episode. It is really funny because I think he
I have way
forgets
more
what he's
faith
talking
than
about
gold.
a lot.
He's like, I wish I wasn't allergic to boysenberries.
Blackberries. But you can't have everything you want. But you might just get what you need. Anyway, that's like the war or something. If anybody needs me, I'll be at the restaurant that I like to go to. It's very expensive.
I watched this whole thing. He is really struggling. He seems like he's about to cry all the time.
And it makes me cry.
It makes me cry.
He is really struggling. He's trying to figure out how to talk about this. And what I can
Trying to
gather
give me
from watching
gunpowder is
this,
very good.
how many views on this, by the way? 39,000.
Not great. Not the best views.
But what it seems like he's trying to do is like,
Oh man, they're calling us warmongers and pedophiles. They're calling me that personally. Shut up.
it's basically like they're calling us warmongers and PDFs, what they are. And all this is even more disappointing. All this war stuff is even more disappointing because of Trump is not that. It's like, okay. I wonder if he outlines anything before he does these shows. A lot of people do watch this somewhere, but this happens multiple times where he just seems to like he says something and then he's like fighting against what he just said and then he forgets what he's saying. Look at this little nod he does right here.
Is in complete control of our foreign policy. People go, wow, you just discovered that. It's a finer point. They have great influence and sometimes controlled.
Okay.
There's a difference between you're dating a girl and you're married to her and you have 9 kids with them.
Okay.
I mean, basically, well, I guess in a marriage it's 50-50 decision making. No, it's more like America's like a crack.
Okay. He really is going full Wolfman Jack, too. His voice used to be a little, hey, folks, it's me, is a little bit, it was always gruff, but now, hey, what's going on, man?
Who hasn't voted in the poll?
The throat is totally, because you're shut or something? Whatever, hey, dude, hey, man, rock and roll, dude. It's just pure throat or something. I don't know how he does that. I don't think he should be talking, honestly. But yeah, he's just like keeps forgetting what he's talking about.
Get
but
out
I
of
guess
here,
the
City
point is
State.
like Trump is awesome, but like Israel
Don't make
tricked
me kill
Trump,
you.
but he's still awesome. And then he's trying to like figure out a metaphor. He's like, it's like being married as opposed to dating a girl, but that what doesn't make sense. It somehow compares to something. I don't know.
The neocon demons in our own government that are also pro-war for all their reasons, defense contractors, Pax Americana, all of it. I wanted that demon put to bed. I thought that demon had been dealt with.
I sound like a demon. By the way, I sound like a demon. Oh man, I'm gonna get you, your little butt. I'm under your bed. You can't go to sleep.
Vampire had a stake put through its heart, but it's midnight. Open the door. It's Count Dracula. I'm back.
Come on, man.
I'm like, Dracula, I thought maybe you were gone. No, I'm back.
Goofing around. He's just goofing around. He's just goofing around, having a good time. Doing a little show on camera. It seems like now.
I'm doing voices. I'm Count Dracula. I pooped my pants. Could you imagine?
I'm meaner than ever.
Calm down again, man.
May I come in? No, you may not.
Okay.
Well, we've definitely let in Count Dracula. And
that's serious.
Got a problem. Got a big problem.
Because he let it Count Dracula.
And then it's going to go sideways, even worse. And then I'll be proven right about everything. And it won't matter because I didn't want to be proven right. I wanted to stop this. There's still time.
That is funny. He does that a lot on his show, which it's kind of compelling to watch if you're if you're impressionable or whatever, it's like, he's always like, I've been proven right again. People say I'm crazy. This is kind of my character, the guy who people think is crazy, but they get turns out everything's true. But, you know, he missed a big one here, you know? He's like, I hate all this war stuff, man. I love Trump because he's going to stop all that. Oh, here we go. People say this like Joe Rogan and Tim Pool. They're always like, oh, man, people used to think that guy's crazy, but he got everything right. And now he's like, I thought Trump was going to stop all this, but now he's doing it. That's kind of a big one, man. That's kind of a big one to miss. Okay, let's check in with the president of the United States, Donald Trump. What's he got to say? He seems very awake for this. Let's see.
And they said, well, how are you doing on a scale of 0 to 10?
Who said that?
How are you doing with the attack? And I said, about a 15, I would say, with 10 being the best. But it's something that had to be done.
Thanks for clearing that up, man. Oh, that's pretty good. They ask, how are you doing? 1 to 10. And I say 15. And then I just want to be clear, 10's the best. Because sometimes I do that. I say, how cute do you think I am? 1 to 10. And if anybody says 1, I said, well, 1's the best, actually. And I got you on that, and there's nothing you can do about it, because you can't change it. Once you say the number, you can't change it. You said 1, that's the best. But sometimes I'll say to the next person the same, and they say 10, and I say, that's the best. So, it's a clever move that I do. But to be clear on this matter, we're talking 10 best in this case, so 15 would go way beyond that. I have a few more things. I have a few more clarifications on this number thing.
Plus. Yeah. So, you know, to me, it's like there's no freaking divide here. That is just a liberal fantasy because they hate Trump. There's like 90% of MAGA and then 4 podcasters. You know, and it was the same divide you saw over over Midnight Hammer. The same divide, in my view, you saw over the Epstein files, which, like,
yeah, I agree.
You know, influencers make a shit ton of money off of this, and so they're super into it. The MAGA base doesn't care. They have the president's back. And even in the MAGA political world, you can see immediately which politicians spend way too much time on Twitter and which ones are just out there doing the work. Because the ones on Twitter are obsessively misreading these like 4 podcasters and Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, as being like...
Okay, obviously... Hello.
It's got to be in here.
If you've ever watched this show, which doesn't seem like you have, if you've ever taken one look at this show right here, you know that we love the great
Still
Tim.
Nowhere close to taking the city back, I guess.
Look at
So this is kind of interesting what's going on over at my man Tim's channel. The little boy, the little baby boy of all media. He's not here for this. Weird. Where's he, man? It's kind of a pretty big
probably
news.
Constantly producing
From
raiders
what I
and
understand,
fucking Russia's tiles.
Where is he, man? Nowhere to be found. So he had this guy on who, I don't know, you know where he buys Magic the Gathering cards or whatever, he found this guy who looks like a ex-child actor to interview, what's the lady's name again? Batia Unger Sargon. And this lady is just like she's on Chris Cuomo's channel. She's just like a bonked on the head lunatic. And it's kind of funny what they say here without Tim here. Which is like, everybody loves this war. It's so great. War is awesome. Israel is awesome, and war is awesome. The only people who don't like it are stupid podcasters who nobody pays attention to, which is weird, because this has kind of been Tim Pool's thing. Anti-war, Trump's going to stop all the wars, and she's saying this on his channel. That was kind of interesting. That's kind of the exact kind of hilarious accidental comedy that I would expect from Tim Pool's channel. Also, he's not there. He's like, you do that. I'll be at the mall buying swords and throwing stars and Jinkos if anybody needs me. I'm not stupid enough to do this. You do it. Unnamed mutant number 10 who I employ. But yeah, this lady has a pretty compelling message, which is like, nobody cares about the Epstein files. It's fake or something. War is awesome and Israel's awesome. That's basically her whole thing. And Tim Pool's like, I can't make it for this one. Oh, man. So, yeah, some pretty crazy stuff there. You know, the media don't know what the hell they're doing. Bunch of morons, you know. But there are people out there doing real reporting. God bless them. God bless.
Is this, you sent the raccoon video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Hi, buddy. Well, hi there.
I love
this
Clint.
amazing animal
is a raccoon. Part of the wonderful family
No, it's not. That's a cat.
Procyonidae that we discussed last month in the second part of our complete tour of mammals. The most complete video guide to mammals ever made. And if you live in North America, or just like Guardians of the Galaxy, this is probably one of the wild mammals that you're most familiar with. They seem to do very well near human habitations, even finding that we can be a convenient source of food, and earning them the name trash
I heard
pandas,
that they're
which, while not the most accurate name, they are more closely
domesticating
related to
themselves, kinda.
actual pandas than our high-contrast Chinese bamboo.
I heard that they were domesticating themselves, sort of. Which is fascinating if true. It would make sense as well with their proximity to people.
I don't know about that.
Fact check me.
They're a pretty fucking crazy animal, let me tell you. Like,
Oh, I'm very aware. I didn't say that I think they are. I said I heard it somewhere.
you know, speaking of, so they're more related to red pandas. Fun fact. Red pandas are the #1 animal that escapes its enclosure in zoos.
Hilarious. Why? How?
They're just
They just be like that?
that's how they are.
Crafty little boys.
Yeah, they're raccoons, man.
Blue bears. Of course, so are walruses. We have a whole video on that subject. But the reality is that if they do so well around humans, that makes you wonder if raccoons might make good pets. And are they the best pet mammals for you? And the answer is probably not. In fact, there are quite a few mammals that make better pets. Some that make worse ones, to be sure. This isn't the worst pet mammal on the planet. Most mammals make completely unreasonable pets. But a raccoon is probably a bad choice for most people. And by bad, I mean turn your life upside down and destroy most of your possessions kind of bad. However, looking at raccoons like Reggie here, it's easy to think that you might be the exception to the rule. I mean, who wouldn't want to play with this guy? So let's find out what it's really like owning a raccoon and give it a score based on our 5 categories, which are handleability, care, hardiness, availability, and upfront costs. When it comes to handleability, I think we need to talk a little bit about what a raccoon is and how big they are. I don't think most people understand this. They see cute little house cat-sized raccoons and think that's what a raccoon is. And some are. Some will stay small, only getting to about 5 kilos, around 11 pounds. But others will be more than 5 times that size, without being obese. I wouldn't be shocked to see a fat captive raccoon weighing over 60 pounds. So many are about the same size as a pit bull, not a tabby cat. There are some subspecies that stay really small, but when you get a raccoon, don't plan on something smaller than a kindergartner. And know that it might get a lot bigger than that. But it won't act like a kindergartner. More like a 2-year-old, which is not an upgrade. But don't worry, it will never grow out of that. We'll talk more about that when we get to care. But we should talk about the teeth.
I think this was in a certain
50-pound
location.
toddler with those teeth.
To be
They're gonna be
specific.
used on you from time to time. Just
Like
something to
a
keep in
heavily
mind.
populated
And they
area,
know
one of the
you.
major cities.
They might be even more likely to use them on someone who isn't you if you let other people interact with your raccoon. And the consequences of that can, in some cases, be quite severe. And while they can be fairly well litter box trained, don't be shocked if you end up as the litter box at some point. And they're hyperactive. The reason this raccoon is so laid back right now, which he doesn't seem that laid back, is because it's winter and he is in his maximum energy conservation mode. Come spring, he will have an even higher energy level. And keep in mind that this is a raccoon that has been raised around humans and well socialized. A well socialized raccoon raised by people can be like this at times. A raccoon that is not socialized all of its life will not be like this. So overall, we give the raccoon a score of 2 out of 5 for handleability, which is probably the main reason that you would want a raccoon. I totally recommend the experience of interacting with one, at least once in your life. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to own one all the rest of the time because of what it's like to care for one. This video is
I would think
sponsored
that
by
that's a
Opera.
natural conclusion.
You know how it intuitive to perfectly color coordinate. Your screen supports up to 4 tabs at once. By dragging a tab to split, you can read multiple documents side by side. This makes referencing so much easier and more efficient. Opera's sidebar is also unique and highly customizable. I can pin what I use, and having Google services like Gmail and Google Calendar right there keeps my routine moving without opening extra tabs. For videos, the pop-out player is a game changer for desktop. I can detach video and move it anywhere on my screen so I can follow along while I work. If you want a browser that supports you day to day, you can download Opera using my link in the description below. A big thank you to Opera for sponsoring this video and to you for watching each week. Now back to the video. When it comes to care, we give the raccoon a score of 1 out of 5. I want to start with how smart they are. Raccoons are very, very intelligent animals. They need huge amounts of mental stimulation, and if they don't get it from you, they will largely find it through mischief. And they are capable of levels of mischief that would impress even a toddler. Because they're basically like a toddler.
Well, toddlers
with the
are
teeth of a
easily
puppy,
impressed. So.
the claws of a kitten, greater athleticism, and much greater dexterity. They probably do so well around human habitations because they are such good problem solvers, including the problem of accessing all of the parts of your life that you don't want them to be able to access. They can figure out how to thrive in novel environments better than almost any other animal, and open almost anything you don't want opened. They also need a lot of space. Unless you want an obese, unhealthy, short-lived, psychotic raccoon, then you can't just lock it in a cage and forget about it. You'll need to let it out to explore your entire home. Unless you have a whole house dedicated specifically to the raccoon. And they will explore your entire home. Places even you never thought to explore. Like what's inside of your couch cushions. You might not know the answer to this question right now, but your raccoon will be happy to inform you. Look around at all of the things that are around you right now. They can break that. In fact, select 80% of what you see right now. They will break that. Door frames, sheets, decorations, furniture, electronics. It's all fun and games. I once likened cockatoos to toddlers that never grow up. This is a whole different level. And they're nocturnal. Is this a game that you want to play all night long? Because they do. Unless you have the time and energy to follow around your raccoon 24/7, they will be highly destructive. Which means that you can't have anything that you don't want destroyed, or that would be dangerous for them to destroy, like cords, sharp objects, precariously placed heavy things. Anything that shouldn't be out if you have the world's most hyperactive, athletic, giant toddler. And if you're ever away or sleeping, you're gonna need to contain them. This too will need to be large and escape-proof.
Must have figured out how to open doors.
Other than being large and escape-proof, it should be full of entertaining structures and things to explore. Toys, as well as access to water and food, depending on how long they'll be in the enclosure. It should be the kind of place that would keep a huge athletic toddler entertained for hours at a time. And having an enclosure like this both inside and outside is definitely a good idea. When it comes to food, raccoons are omnivores that are obviously happy to eat your garbage. So it isn't hard to keep them from starving. The bigger issue will be obesity and general good health. It matters that they can get plenty of exercise, and it matters what they eat. One key will be variety. Foods like dog food, chicken, turkey, fish, eggs, and insects will be happily accepted. The more diversity, the better. But also all sorts of vegetables, as well as fruits in moderation. But do be assured to avoid using cat foods. There are things in that their bodies really can't handle. In the wild, their diet is made up of 40%
That's funny because I always see them stealing
33%
cat
plants,
food.
and 27%
I guess they're
vertebrates.
canids, though.
Mostly small, whole
So it
vertebrates,
makes sense that
or
dog food
100%
works.
trash, depending on where they live. So just be aware that you'll need to clean up after them after they eat, and likely change their water, as they do like to dip foods in it and then spill it all over the place.
That's right,
And you're
they
going to be
do,
doing
yep.
this a couple of
It's
times a day,
adorable.
keeping an eye on the overall health and weight of your raccoon and altering exact quantities accordingly. Which is probably a good time to talk about vet care. Finding a good vet might be tricky. And that might be something that you want to nail down
Sounds to be
before you
thinking.
have a striped-tailed 2-year-old running around. I should also add that you can't bring a raccoon
Urban Rescue
everywhere
Ranch
you can
just
bring a
got
toddler.
a couple
They aren't
baby
even legal
skunks.
to bring across state lines in many instances. So if you're ever going to travel, even overnight,
And they are adorable.
you're going to need to have someone care for your raccoon. Get that figured out before you're trapped in your house by your new pet. And remember, this is a very intelligent animal that needs a lot of mental stimulation. Are you prepared to supply that? Are you
Look at
prepared
him.
to supply basically...
As he's talking,
Look at
he's
how cute
fucking
they are,
with the
though.
And remember,
eggshell.
this is a
Watch
very intelligent animal that needs a lot of mental stimulation. Are you prepared to supply that? Are you prepared
you see him?
to supply
Yeah.
basically anything that a raccoon needs? Because for most people, it
But
will
look
be
how
a
cute
nightmare that
the
might
raccoon
last
is. He's
more
playing
than
with the
15 years.
eggshell.
But it's a really cute nightmare. So let's talk about hardiness.
See?
Obviously, this is an animal that can live for quite a while. And while they can get many diseases, most are avoidable if they have access to clean food and water and aren't exposed to a lot of other mammals on a regular basis. It is advisable to deworm them regularly, as they can get a raccoon-specific roundworm. The biggest threat, more with wild raccoons, is rabies, mostly because they can carry rabies and be asymptomatic. But they can be vaccinated just like dogs,
Really?
and then it shouldn't be a concern. Probably the biggest thing to watch out for is
Look at
obesity.
the big boy.
This is a very common thing with pet raccoons. Exercise and a balanced diet are the best way to minimize this risk.
Give him a
But
run.
should your raccoon become
Like a
ill,
cat run.
be sure you already have a vet that knows your pet well. But overall, we give them a score of 4 out of 5 for hardiness. When it comes to availability, for most of you, I have bad news. They are illegal in most places, including most U.S.
They
states.
should be.
Good.
There is probably a path to getting one, but it isn't an easy path in most cases.
Or cheap.
Even if you're allowed to have one, it may not be legal to bring one into your state or country. So you might need permits, or you might need to find a breeder in your area, and that breeder might not exist. Your best bet is if you are a licensed rescue. It's not uncommon for raccoons like this one to need a home. That's certainly the most ethical reason to have one. And if you are a licensed rescue taking on a raccoon, bless your soul. If you want this experience, reaching out to such a rescue might make it possible. Many do outreach. And if you really want a raccoon, see if you can volunteer your time to help these kind and exhausted souls that are doing it now. Perhaps you will discover that this is the way that you want to live your life. But it wouldn't shock me if you discover that
What? There's a
this is
tribal
one of those
village there.
ideas that sounded like a good idea for the first 15
Crazy.
minutes and then turns into a wide awake nightmare. So for availability, we give them a score of 1 out of 5. When it comes to upfront costs, we give the raccoon a score of 2 out of 5. It's not good. The raccoon will be somewhere between free and a few $100s, unless you need permits. That could add a lot to the price. The main cost will be in terms of the enclosures that you'll need, or rooms in your house that you will need to dedicate. Plus furnishings like climbing trees, beds, toys, bowls.
What's
It's all
this
gonna add
guy's
up.
credentials? So he is
A reptile guy.
No, he is a PhD in biology,
Oh, no shit.
specifically in like evolutionary biology. And then he does this YouTube channel, but he also has an educational thing called Clint's Reptile Room, where like basically kids can come in and interact with different reptiles and things like that.
Neat.
He's great. I really want him. I keep writing in his comments because I want him to do. I want him to do like, you know how like they do the experts react and it will be like to guns and stuff. I want him to do. I want him to do Monster Hunter monsters. And like how practical they are, and like where because like there's a bird that's toxic in Monster Hunter that's directly inspired by a real animal, you know. But yeah, he specifically specializes in evolution.
Interesting. I desperately need this
Niter? Did somebody? No, it's
still having a hard time with this. This fucking city. I bombarded my encampment though. That's a much better idea. I might not be able to hit it. We'll see.
Yeah, it's not looking good for me over here when it comes to avoiding a dark age.
Oh, I might hit a golden age.
That's good.
I have 3. I need 3. Or 2? 3. No. Yeah, 3.
I'll get Darwin before it ticks over.
I haven't
I
been
don't know
checking
if that will be
people.
enough.
I'm now earning...
Less if you already have a house with a whole extra room that you want to see trashed, but more if you need to build one. Then there's the cost of raccoon proofing your entire home and set some money aside for vet care. So, like I said, we're going to give them a 2. That's kind of assuming that you can build some of the things yourself, maybe a 1 for many people. And that's not factoring in the long-term cost of food or the fortune and damages that they're likely to do to your personal property. Not to mention the cost of your energy and opportunity to do other things with your life. I mean, it will be much harder to leave your home for long periods of time. In many ways, it's easier to have a child, which is an insane statement, as they too are terrible pets. And this is why overall we give the raccoon a score of 2.0 out of 5. To conclude, I would like to read a description from Wild Heart Ranch, a federal rehabber who rehabs and releases hundreds of raccoons each year, about what each stage of keeping a raccoon is like. Birth to 3 months. You will be head over heels in love with your kit. They're so much like a human baby in habits and like fluffy, cuddly bear cubs in play. They will adore you and pet you and love you like there is nobody else in the world. You will feed a purring, soft body a baby bottle, burp them over your shoulder, and cuddle all through the night. You will take your infant around town with you everywhere and make big plans about the raccoon jungle gym you will build in the middle of your living room. You will take a roll of film a day and will put your baby in your will. Nothing foreseen will ever interfere with your immense dedication. 4 to 5 months. Your scratches are beginning to heal as you finally weaned the walking weed eater. The laceration inside your lip, however, is infected. Must get that checked. The mattress on your bed has begun to smell
soon?
funny.
Yes.
And you haven't seen your computer mouse in weeks. The jungle gym forgotten.
Yeah,
Your head
just get a
begins to
cat.
plan a really big cage. You want to go purchase the materials for it, but you shelled out your entire paycheck to replace the contents of your mother's purse, which disappeared during her last visit. You think you saw a 20 in the garbage disposal this morning, and her lipstick was in your shoe, opened. Yet another hole in the carpet. Time to rearrange the furniture. But where were those other 2 holes at? Oh well, hit the garage sales and find another chair. 6 to 7 months. You've booted...
For anyone not watching on Twitch, you must go to this link to watch the movie. We will not risk our main channel.
How long is this one?
Longer. The pole has been tied up, and it finally broke ahead to the point where
I need to know time.
2 hours.
Okay, we need to start now.
Yep, that's why I'm starting now.
The rotten little beast outside, and to get back at you, your raccoon has somehow broken into your car and shredded the seat cushion. To make matters worse, he has left you a nice present of something smelly underneath the seat, somewhere. You try to get to the car wash, but you turn the key and absolutely nothing happens. Upon inspection under the hood, you search for broken wires, unplugged wires, any car wash, but you turn the key and wires. They're all gone. At 8 months old, your kit hates your loving guts. Unless you have a marshmallow in
All right, don't touch anything
you
next
carry them
turn.
in your
I'm
pockets, you
gonna
get into your house.
Save, but
he
I'm
waits
peeing
blatantly on
first.
the steps for you every day. And if you forgot your marshmallow, you prepare a tactical plan for entering through the chimney. Otherwise, you have the pleasure of sharing the house with a 30-pound nightmare who will torment your every breath. This is the point where I usually get a phone call from someone who called me months ago to find out what to feed the precious new baby, and hung up on me when I wouldn't give care instructions and demanded that they bring it to me now since we don't accept imprints. They always voice their regret for not listening to begin with, so please leave the raccoon to the experts and get a cat. You'll thank me later. So if what you want is a cute, curious, destructive, life-consuming little monster, and you don't want a toddler because you know that they will eventually grow out of that toddler stage, and don't have enough built-in tools for pain and destruction, then a raccoon might be the perfect pet mammal for you. As always, like and subscribe, and we hope to see you real soon. I'd like to say just a big thank you to these people who make content like this possible. The reality is, this series has not been our most popular for years in terms of views. However, everything I see says that this is one of your favorite series that we do. It's just YouTube doesn't promote it, which makes it hard for us to justify making these videos. Fortunately, because of Patreon, we can make the videos that we know you guys like, even if we know YouTube won't show them. So thank these people, and if you'd like to support us making more content like this in the future, please consider joining them. Come here, bud. Oh, sorry, pal. Sorry, pal. Yeah, no, he's okay. He's okay. I was being too rough with him. But a raccoon is probably a bad choice for most people. Every time I go down, the snacks get better. I think we need to talk a
Wow, great. The outtakes prove a point.
little bit about
let him
what
play.
a raccoon is.
He's done one of these
They
with
see
like
cute little house
what's
size.
is it the black mamba that's super fast?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's done one of them with a black mamba. I don't know if he had it out.
That's insane.
Let me see.
They're like the fourth
They're gonna-
deadliest snake on Earth.
Yeah. Oh, right, you can search channel. Mamba. Yep. See if he has it out.
Yes.
I'm pretty
And
sure he
it
only
is-
films it in the enclosure. And he doesn't fuck with it because they're so quick.
They are gorgeous snakes too.
Yeah, so this is the guy who owns the snake. And basically, it's just... He just did it just to do a video on the black mamba. And the whole thing is like, do not own this snake. It is a terrible snake.
Yeah. Leave it in the wild.
Look at how big that fucker is, too.
Mm-hmm. It's like the king cobras aren't small either. They're like 2 meters. Which is like on its way to 7 feet long. For your incorrect numbers. Wow. Ooh. Ovals. Oval. Shut down the channels?
Yep.
Shut them down now.